Good morning. It's 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's Saturday. You know what that means. It's time for Saturday Morning Serials. As always, I'm your host, Captain Cartoon, bringing you the Platoon, the best in cartoons from years gone by. Somebody pointed out that when I refer to myself, I sound like a villain. Maybe I am the villain. I do have the goatee. You know that if you have a goatee, that means you're evil. I've been called many things. Been called the devil. Been called Bin Laden. Yeah, because I have my beard. And I love my beard. And it's not going away. I shaved it once to get a new job. And I will not do that again. So, I keep it a little trimmed. I trim it down here a little bit. So, hope you guys had fun last week. Guys asked for Terrahawks. That's what I brought you. Which is weird because it's not a cartoon, but I guess it is cartoon adjacent. It is an animation style. Puppetmation. So we'll go with that. So we're going to go ahead and announce it today since I have to say thank you for 10,000 subscribers. Autumn is the winner of the Animation by Filmation book, chosen by one Vincent Paul Alexander Lee. The son of the captain chose her at random. So, you know, he liked to help out. So I let the bud help because he's my buddy and I don't care. So, and as always, Saturday Morning Serials is brought to you by RU Game, the best comic book collectible video game, magic, role-playing, toy, and more store located at 124 North Sunset Drive, Pickle, Ohio, 45356. And you can find me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And you can find RU Game on Facebook. It's ARE, And it's nice talking to you guys. You guys finding me on Facebook and stuff like that. Remember, please, send me a message. Tell me who you are. Because sometimes I don't add because I've been getting a lot of just spam. I found out one of my new favorite things is to catfish people that are catfishing me, which is hilarious. So I've been getting a lot of imposters, people pretending to be people that they're not. And then I go get the people that they're pretending to be and then show them so they can contact them. And it's funny to watch. So I mixed this week's up. Yes, I brought back stuff I've been airing off and on, but we definitely mixed this whole lot of stuff up this week. So we're starting off this episode with some Super Globetrotters. I probably should have showed Globetrotters first and then went to Super Globetrotters, but you know what? Nope. We're going to do it this way and then go back. We're going to retreat. So this is Super Globetrotters versus Random Cowboy. Enjoy.
Beautiful day on the desert finds our globetrotters about to enter upon another exciting adventure.
You know, that sure was nice of Miss Jenny to invite us out to her ranch for a vacation.
And while we're relaxing, Curly can practice upon his footwork.
Right on, man.
practice my footwork and enjoy the peace and quiet of the Old West. What was that?
Man, who was that?
I wish somebody would tell this horse who he is. That dude's shenanigans sure dropped the hammer on this nag. Whoa! Hey, brothers, I can't stop this nag.
Why don't you try stopping on the brake, Nate?
Oh, I thought that opened the hay burner. Phew, that loco cowboy almost wrecked our wagon.
I'd like to catch up with him someday.
Yeah, I would too. I'd take him apart.
How?
Finger wrestling maybe? To a finish, huh?
Oh, sit down,
Sit
Bill.
down, man. What's wrong?
Get up, horse.
Well, it's sure good to see you globetrotters again. But you sure picked a bad time to visit Tombstone Valley. In the last month, we've had 6 stagecoach robberies, 4 bank holdups, and 5 ranches burned to the ground.
Other than that, have you had any serious problems?
Like finding out who's doing all of this.
Of course we know. It's the Phantom Cowboy.
The Phantom Cowboy?
He claims the whole valley is his own and will allow no peace until everyone has left.
Is he the dude that comes riding by with a strange yell like this? Wow!
That's him. Do you know the varmint?
No, but he circled us doing 90 miles an hour in a stretch of 20-mile-per-hour desert.
Well, enough about him. You boys make yourself comfortable while I go start barbecuing that steer we're having for dinner.
Well, all right then. All right.
Yeah.
Wow, this sounds like a case for the Wild West superhero.
Hold it, Brother Curly. Let's don't jump to any conclusions. Remember, we're on vacation.
Ooga, ooga. Now dig this.
Uh-oh, that's our man in the sky. I better horn in and see what's on his mind. Okay, Crime Globe. Nate here.
Globetrotters, attention. Beware. Repeat, beware. Phantom Cowboy is not real. He is a remote-controlled phantom zombie.
Zombie? Those things are dangerous.
Your mission is to deactivate the Phantom Cowboy and save the people of Tombstone Valley.
Hey, wait, CG. Who operates the remote on the Phantom Cowboy?
I forgot to tell you, he's operated by... So watch out. Good luck, Globetrotters. Over and out.
Hey, I missed that.
That's the Phantom Cowboy. See what he's doing?
He's got a torch, and he looks like he's about to burn the barn down.
Where's my foreman? Fenwick? Hey, that Phantom Cowpoke's out there by the barn. Get out there and run him off.
Yes, Miss Jenny.
We gotta get that barn or this will be Phantom Ranch.
Sweet Lou?
Way ahead of you. Porter Locker's coming up.
Hurry up! That flaming fool is broiling the ranch.
Go! Go! Globetrotters!
Okay, hit it.
Globetrotters, superheroes, let's put out the fire!
Sweet Lou, you get the buckets. Curly, you dip. Geese, you form the bucket brigade. Twiggy, you put out the fire, and I'll provide the water. Let's go.
Buckets by the Groats from the Gizmo Man.
Feed him the super sphere, Gizmo.
Don't waste the liquid, man. Balloon head, get it in the bucket.
Come on, pal, the multiman's got to multiply.
And Spaghetti Man can stretch to the spot.
Look at that, Fenwick. Those boys are putting that fire out slicker than an eel skin.
Sure, them Globetrotters is a 5-man army.
Well, that does it. Fire's out.
Thanks, Globetrotters, for saving the barn. Now come on in and I'll serve you a special barbecue dinner. The thing that worries me is it's just the beginning of the Phantom Cowboy's dastardly deeds. And if we don't do away with him, it might be the end of the barbecue ranch.
Have you any idea where this Phantom dude might be hiding out?
He could be holed up in old Ghost Town on the other side of Black Ridge.
Don't worry, Miss Jenny. We'll look up there and maybe we'll come back with some answers.
I'd rather look in a live town.
Ghost towns are where you find outlaws, Curly. So let's start looking.
I don't like them globetrotter hombres in Tombstone Valley.
Quick, hide in the haystack.
Whoa, Fleetfoot! Let's let these horses munch some of this hay.
There was nothing I could do, boss. I didn't know Miss Jenny had invited those guys to come out to the ranch.
Well, if I find them basketball boobs, I'm gonna tear them limb from limb, or my name ain't Bad Blue Bart. They find out what's going on, they could ruin our whole plan.
Oh, there ain't no way they can find out, boss. No one knows about those hot steam energy pools but us.
Yeah, that's right. And as soon as we can get rid of Miss Jenny, it'll be all mine.
Time to split.
Here they are.
After them Broncos!
Follow me. In here, brothers.
Whoa, Fleetfoot! Well, if they're in here, I can flush them out.
I know how to get out of here fast.
How, pray tell?
Down the bar. Come on, I'll show you.
Way to go! All right, right on. Way to go,
Hey, come back here! Hey, maybe they ran into this old blacksmith shop.
I don't know, boss. It's pretty dark in there.
Keep down.
Uh-oh, they're coming in. We better back up.
All right, Globetrotters, I'm a-coming in to get you.
Get off my foot. What is that?
Where'd they go?
Don't see 'em, boss. Wait, look at them. Like frogs in a creek bottom.
Stand up.
Stand up, brothers, and scoot.
Come back here. Go!
Well, here he comes again. Everybody moving to the main warehouse and lay low.
We hear you, man.
Close the door, Curly.
Hey, it's locked. It won't open.
Who are those dudes?
Phantom Cowboy. They're some kind of robots.
Man, those dudes must run on steam.
And steam means energy. It must be coming from thermal wells.
That's it. The thermal well. That's the reason they're trying to run everyone out of Tombstone Valley.
With 4 Phantom Cowboys, they had a good chance of doing it, too.
Wrong, Globetrotter. That's 5 of them. The other one's out stampeding cattle, which are conveniently coming this way. Come along, Phantoms. We got work to do. And lock the door behind you.
He said a stampede was coming this way?
Yeah, listen.
When we last left our Globetrotters, they were locked in a warehouse in Old Ghost Town in Tombstone Valley. Just outside of town, a cattle stampede engineered by one of Bad Blue Bart's Phantom Cowboys.
Man, we gotta split.
Yeah, but this door is locked tight.
So's this one.
Do something, somebody. I'm too young to be trampled and stampled.
Time to go. Toss your locket, sweet Lou.
In just a second, the lockers will beckon.
Go, go, Globetrotter! Globetrotter superheroes away!
at the barbecue ranch.
I tried to warn them, Miss Jenny, but I was just too late. They were stampeded and trampeded by a herd of runaway cattle.
With the globetrotters gone, I'm afraid we ranchers will have to leave Tombstone Valley.
Ooga, urgent.
I'll get it. We copy, CG.
Now dig this. Proceed with all haste to Barbecue Ranch. Miss Jenny is getting aced out of her ranch. Repeat, aced out.
That's why we can help her.
What are we waiting for?
Hit it, globetrotters.
Now, if you'll just sign here, Miss Jenny, you can get out of the valley in pretty good shape. And whatever happens to this miserable old ranch won't trouble you none.
I'm afraid I don't have any other choice.
Sure you do.
Oh, the globetrotters.
Correction, Miss Jenny. Super globetrotters.
There's a dude that tried to do us in.
You fine fellas are sorely mistaken. You see, I was just telling Miss Jenny.
Time up, brothers, while I try to explain to Miss Jenny.
Well, now, I just don't understand.
Uh-oh, we've heard that before.
If you don't understand, Miss Jenny, perhaps I can explain.
I was gonna do the explaining.
Forget it, chump. As I started to say, Fenwick and I discovered underground steam wells on the ranch, and we want control of them.
That's what I wanted to tell you, Miss Jenny. We discovered their plans.
I need that steam for my cowboys. Show 'em, number 3.
Yo, that's hot.
These dummy cowboys of mine are all well trained in the 3 R's: reading, riding, and rottenness.
Regardless, you know that you can't have the steam wells without Miss Jenny's signature.
And with us to protect her, you ain't gonna get 'em.
Your city slicker and superpowers mean nothing in the West.
Ooga, now dig this. Cease arguing with ridiculous cowboys.
Huh? What and who is doing the talking?
That's our eye in the sky. What's your advice, CG?
It's simple, globetrotters. Get your act together and settle your score with these cowpokes at the big rodeo on Saturday.
Did CG say a rodeo?
Affirmative. Regular globetrotters should prevail over steam-driven gallahoots. That is, if they aren't chicken. 10-4.
Chicken? Ah, that thing must be loco. Turn Fenwick loose and we'll wax your mustaches on Saturday.
Well, that narrows everything down to one thing.
What's that, man?
We're gonna be the fastest learning cowboys in the West.
Ladies and gentlemen, the rodeo contest of the century with the greatest Western stars of all time. Presenting the fantastic Globetrotter Buckaroos versus Big Bad Blue Bart's Phantom Cowboys. And now in the arena, the first event is about to start.
Okay now, brothers. We gotta take these dudes and run them out of the valley, or it's gonna be curtain for Miss Jenny.
We're all ready with our first event, team roping.
Now remember our 3 rules: cheat, tricky cheat, and double tricky cheat. Yahoo!
6 seconds for the Phantom Cowboys. Next, the Globetrotter Buckaroos.
Don't be nervous, boys.
How can we be nervous when all we gotta do is catch that 2,000-pound steer?
Hold on. Sorry about that. No time on the ride. The next event is our Bronco riding contest. Number 1 will ride for the Phantom Cowboys. And here he comes out of chute 3.
Darn it, all that dummy needed was a little added balance.
What a ride. Wait till you see the trick Sweet Lou's gonna pull in his ride.
Now for the Globetrotters, Sweet Lou Dunbar on Outlaw.
His head doesn't even move.
He's better than the Phantom Cowboy.
98 points. The Globetrotters take the Bronco riding event.
Way to go, man.
You won.
How did you keep your head so still?
Simple, brothers. I had a gyro tied on it.
That's giving that big, bad blue broad a taste of his own medicine.
Well, that does it. Since you ruffians are catching on to my rodeo tricks, we ain't gonna settle anything this way.
I agree. What do you suggest we do about it?
Well, we gotta have some other contest to see who gets those steam wells.
I know a good one, but those steam-driven dunderheads could never hack it.
Basketball? Why, my steam-driven Wranglers will ruin you. That is, if we play Western style.
You got a deal, big, bad blue buster. When do we start?
As soon as I can go square it with the officials. Those steam wells are as good as mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an added attraction today. Our final unprecedented event will be a basketball game, which will get started in just a few minutes.
Look, what are those guys putting on? Great big Texas Spurs?
I wonder why they want those on.
And now to introduce the Globetrotters. At center, Sweet Lou Dunbar. At forwards, Nate Branch and Twiggy Saunders. And the guards are Curly Neal and Geese Osby. Now for the opposition, the Phantom Cowboys, numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Now wait for the bell.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Shoot it to me, Curly.
Hey!
Are we gonna let him get away with this?
No way! All right! Get him, man! Go here!
Let's go. Take it.
This Western-style basketball is for the birds.
What you thinking about?
I'm not thinking. I'm waiting for the half.
And that marks the halftime in this exciting match.
Ain't this grand? A holding pen for a locker room.
Ooga.
Now what?
Now dig this. Competition with steam-driven cowboys is too much for regular Globetrotters.
You telling us.
Shift into superpower and fight steam with mean.
But we're the good guys.
Mean means you know what I mean. 10-4.
Get with it, Lou.
I'm way ahead of you. Get ready to shine.
Go! Globetrotters! All right, let's do it! Globetrotters, superheroes, let's play!
And here we go again, folks, with the second half of our ball game. Let her rip.
Hey, Mom, look! They're the Globetrotters superheroes. Oh, boy!
Go in there and show those tea kettles how to center the ball.
Right, Lou baby.
Are you ready?
I am if Steamboat Bill is.
Attaboy, Twiggy, and multiply.
Foul! Unfair sportsman like you know what?
Better get up from there before your steam pipes rust.
Way to go, Twiggy.
Likewise, Curly.
Protest! My players are not getting their turn. I wonder if there are any electrical wells around here.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, signifies the end of the game. And And as you can see, the globetrotters were victorious over the Phantom Cowboys.
Well, all is not lost. I'm going to turn you failures into $49 coffee pots.
Well, we sure had a good vacation, Miss Jenny. Kinda hate to say goodbye.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
me
goes
too. I
double for
really had a
me.
good time.
Thank you, Globetrotters, for beating Big Bad Blue Bart's Phantom Cowboys and saving the barbecue range.
Bad Blue Bart won't be bothering anybody in Tombstone Valley anymore since he's locked up in the calaboose.
Well,
so
see you
long,
later,
Miss
Miss
Jenny.
Jenny. You
Yeah,
be
we
good
had a
now.
good time.
Bye now.
Adios. Bye-bye.
I don't want any more Western-style basketball.
Not with the clown like Blue Bart in control of players.
I felt kind of sorry for those poor steam-driven cowboys during the game.
Yeah, I can see how you'd sympathize with those tea kettles, Curly.
I don't know why you say that, Geese. I don't relate to them in any way.
Oh, yes, you do, Curly. Those Phantom Cowboys ran on steam, and it seems to me you do it on hot air.
You jive, Marilyn Palmer.
You can phone here.
Bye, Mom.
Now what?
You could win a phone of your own in my Monster Phone sweepstakes.
Yeah?
1,000 kids can win their choice of a Touch-O-Matic, Talk Radio, Cordless, or Monster Button Phone.
Yum.
Plus $100 for bills.
If the phone monster game in special boxes of Captain Crunch says you win,
I win.
1 in 19,000 may win for free games like Monster Phone, Box 2683, Highland Park, Illinois, 60035.
I lead it.
Oh, bright ideas and an Oreo cookie. It's a bright idea to dunk it, or to crunch it, or unscrew it, or to lick it, or to trick it. But no matter what you do, it's true. It's fun to munch a creamy, crunchy chocolate. O-R-E-O goes great with imagination. Put the yum in your creation.
Oreo and Oreo double stuffed cookies.
All right, hope you guys are still digging Super Globetrotters. Somebody pointed out that we need to do Robo Stooges and a Super Globetrotter, so that will be something that will probably be coming soon. And Maddie, sorry, because we're going to have to go with the old intro music this week because I forgot to tell y'all. Got my new computer in. It is over there. It is working great. We're getting all the files transferred over from the old computer to the new computer. So I have to say thank you guys. You guys are great. And the chair is back. I have done sorting comics for a while and putting stuff away. So chair is back. Microphone, computer. Thank you guys for all the cool stuff. It is working great. And some toys too. So, thank you. So, we're going to keep going, and we're going over, because you guys seem to dig it, Zorro. And it's kind of funny, because I really looked into it. So, if you get Animation by Filmation, you can go look up Zorro, and you can find out all about how it was one of the few that did not reuse animation and stuff like that. It's cool. A lot of people, I did not know this, that it was one of the few shows where Latinos voiced Latinos. I guess I was a stupid kid and didn't realize it. So, but this is Zorro, New Adventures of Zorro. This is episode 3, The Frame.
But with a mask as my disguise, I ride into the night and raise my sword in the name of justice. For I am Zorro!
Where is he? We know Zorro has freed your father. Where has he taken him?
I don't know, senor. I swear I don't know.
Don't lie to me. Your father's a criminal. He refused to pay the governor's taxes. Now, where is he?
Behind you, Captain.
Zorro! Get him! Give up. You're mine now, Zorro.
Not yet, Ramon. Adios, Captain. Maybe next time.
I'll get you, Zorro! I'll make you pay for this one!
I hope I didn't interrupt your meal, Don Alejandro, but I must tell you the news. Stupid mosquitoes. Zorro has stolen all of Don Valenzuela's chickens.
Zorro? Ridiculous.
That does seem unlike him.
Senor, you must come quickly. Zorro has taken all of your cattle.
This cannot be. Zorro would not steal your cattle.
I agree, Maria. But there is his mark.
Yes, it's just as Capitan Ramon predicted. And he also told me that Zorro stole 6 of Senor Batista's cattle. Luckily, he recovered the cattle, but unfortunately, Zorro escaped.
And Ramon saw this?
Yes, with his own eyes. And Capitan Ramon has predicted Zorro would steal Don Hernando's cattle. This Zorro is one bad hombre.
Zorro has stolen Senor Pascual's prize horses and then set fire to his barn. Pascual needs our help, now!
I fear this is all just too much for me. Oh, I must rest. Come, Miguel. Please give my condolences to Senor Pascual.
Good. This will put an end to Zorro and a little gold in my pocket. Now, Don Hernando's cattle are next.
More water! Oh, my barn! More water! Oh, he should hang for this!
Zorro will pay for these foul deeds. And we will pay 1,000 gold pieces for his capture.
And I will add another 1,000.
The work of Ramon, amigo. Let us stop this next prediction. On to Don Hernando's.
Yes, he's turning all the people against us. I think we may be too late.
It's Don Valenzuela.
So, you steal my chickens, coward! Now you will deal with me.
Caution, amigo. We want no one hurt. My apologies.
Zorro!
Would the man who saved your daughter from a raging river turn and steal your chicken, senor? Adios!
It's Zorro! Pull! Pull! Zorro! Zorro!
Over there, amigo!
Zorro! Zorro, they are over here!
Vámonos, Tempest!
Zorro, I saw them! Zorro!
Tempest! The boy! Have crossed again, Joselito.
Si, senor. I wasn't afraid. The cattle have stopped and are grazing at the top of the hill.
Good. Now let us return this brave little hombre to his father.
Your horses, men. It is time to rid ourselves of this menace, Zorro.
Capitan Ramon, we saw Zorro! We saw Zorro!
Ha! He leaped down Don Hernando's fence and tried to steal his cattle.
Has Zorro gone completely mad?
I have always felt so. Who knows where he'll strike next?
They were heading towards the Real Bridge with bags of gunpowder strapped to their horses, Capitan.
To the bridge!
pray we're not too late.
Father, look who I found.
Or who found you? Zorro, again you have helped me. How can I thank you? I thought I told you not to leave.
But Father...
Por favor, don't be too angry with him, compadre. He was only trying to help us.
Yes, it is Ramon who is doing these things in your name. 3 of Ramon's men just passed by here. They spoke of Ramon hiding all the livestock at Sonora Canyon. Now they're on the way to blow up the Real Bridge before the posse arrives.
Blow up the bridge?
Yes, maybe I can help you. I know who these men are, and I am good with the sword.
No, Armando. You must stay here. Ramon wants you almost as much as he wants me. Let's go, amigo. There's much to do.
Capitan Ramon will reward us handsomely for this. That is true. On Tempest here! Ahí, it's Zorro! I give news!
Good work, amigo. This is one deed that will not be blamed on Zorro. Here they come, amigo.
The bridge is still standing! How fortunate we got here before they could destroy it. And there they are. Now we have got them. Charge!
Ready, amigo.
Ready, Zorro. Now, amigo!
The mosquitoes always pick on me. Now the odds are a little more in our favor, Zorro.
Get them!
Raise your sword, Zorro. You shall pay for your foul actions.
I will not fight you, sir.
Not only a scoundrel, but a coward. You have changed, Zorro. I didn't believe it was true.
It isn't, senor. Let me. I will guard him, vaquero.
Untie me, young man.
I cannot, senor.
1,000 pardons, senor. I am coming, my friend.
Caught you in the act, Zorro. Everyone's against you.
Perhaps not. This is all your plotting.
Accusation without proof. I have proof.
I will have proof.
Wait, everybody! I have the ones responsible. I caught them red-handed with the gunpowder and everything.
No, those are my father's and my prisoners. And we know where they hid the chickens, horses, and cattle.
They are at Sonora Canyon.
Then Zorro is innocent.
So you believe me now?
Yes, Zorro. I should not have doubted you.
Now you can let the Capitan go.
You will free Armando, of course. Or must he tell all he knows, Ramon?
We only want the guilty to pay. And for helping the people, Armando goes free.
What about the reward?
Yes, the reward. Of course...
No. Armando, of course, will get the reward.
Yes. Less your back taxes, of course. And as for Zorro, you are still under arrest. What?
Adios. Vámonos, Tempest!
You will appreciate this, Maria. Just as Ramon thought he had Zorro in his grasp, poof, Zorro was gone. He was so angry, I think he's still limping from kicking the bridge.
I'm just happy that Zorro is free.
And Diego, I must tell you, for a moment, something about Zorro reminded me of you. But of course, that is silly.
You know, many of the words that are used in America were first Spanish words. Words like burro, buffalo, and that little bug that is so fond of Sergeant Gonzalez, the mosquito. Adios, amigo!
Donkey Kong Jr. cereal is part of this complete breakfast.
It tastes like fruit and it's lots of fun.
It's wild with fruit flavor.
Donkey Kong Jr. cereal.
Gentlemen, turn on your lights.
Slam Shark Camaro, Avenger Competition Mustang, Saber-Tooth Tiger Datsun CX. They're powered by your fist, and if you want to race in the dark, you turn on just one switch. Each sold separately, AAA battery not included. Lighted slam shifters, Slam Shark Camaro, Avenger Competition Mustang, Saber-Tooth Tiger Datsun CX, each sold separately from Ideal.
All right, hope you guys dig Zorro, because we're staying in the Filmation Old Westerverse, I guess. So we're doing some Lone Ranger. Man, I dug Lone Ranger. I did. And now it's depressing because we got a Lone Ranger movie that I didn't think was bad recently. Other people hated it. I don't get it. Whatever. And then we found out that the guy who's playing Lone Ranger is a psychopath. So I don't think we're going to get another Lone Ranger movie anytime soon. So here you guys go. This is Lone Ranger, and this is Hunga the Nightcrawler. Enjoy.
The Lone Ranger. Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his fearless Indian friend Tonto, the daring and resourceful masked rider of the plains, led the fight for law and order in the early West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Hi-Yo Silver! Away! And so, Tonto, the railroad from the east will join the railroad from the west. And for the first time, we'll be able to travel across the United States in only 6 days.
Will the appearance of the railroad mean the disappearance of the horse?
No, only the disappearance of our map.
Silver is anxious to see this new trail of the Iron Horse.
So am I, Tonto.
Why must we work at night?
Mr. Burns' orders. He says we're falling behind schedule. We've got to beat Consolidated Railroad to Carson City to get the next big contract.
But I don't like the night.
Me neither. It's scary.
The darkness has awakened the evil spirits.
You can almost reach out and touch the evil at night here. Look!
Silver. The ground is glowing in the dark, Tonto.
Some dead trees, and mushrooms have what the Indians call night fire.
Yes, and animals like fireflies and jellyfish also glow in the dark.
Strange.
Yes.
Makes the monster of the night seem almost a dream, doesn't it, Ming Toy?
But it is real. I saw it. This is a terrifying country. meant you no harm.
Lucing, you have yet to learn this is a place of danger.
Yes, for animals.
No, for us. Wild beasts are ready to pounce on us everywhere, and at night comes Hanga, the night monster.
Listen to me. There is no monster. This can all be explained.
Well, then explain it, Lucing.
Yeah, we saw it. It swallowed Chow Li. That doesn't frighten me, Kwang-Wa.
And now, Lucing, are you frightened now?
You're too big for him.
He's too big for anybody.
I wouldn't hurt the little man, but you...
Thank you, but I'm used to fighting my own battles. And I don't hide behind a mask. Who are you?
Friends, here to help.
Lucing? All the way out in San Francisco. People tell me about the masked man and his Indian friend. Why, they ride out of nowhere to see justice done here in the West and to help people in trouble, people like us. Then we have a great deal to talk about. They all ready to quit?
Well, not all, not yet.
Look, get this clear again. Even though I'm foreman here for Ohio Railroad, I'm really working for our competition, Consolidated. And I only get my money if Consolidated gets to Carson City before we do. That's why I dreamed this monster thing up in the first place.
To scare the workers away.
Right. But if Lucing stops him from running off and we stay on schedule and win, I lose.
And if you lose...
Bright boy, bright boy.
Then let's pay a visit to Lucing now.
Looking for something, mister?
Maybe. You're Jack Burns?
Maybe. Kwang-Wa, they're trespassing on railroad property. Throw them out.
Hi! Indian friend scared?
Tonto, are you scared?
Petrified.
They got you that time, Kwang-Wa.
And that's the last time, Mr. Burns. Look!
Impressive.
Don't get too close, masked man.
Don't you trip over that rock at your feet.
I won't fall for that.
My friend and I will go now. We're looking for a monster that roams the night. You wouldn't have any ideas, would you?
Get off our railroad property, mister, and fast.
Just as I thought. Adios.
Here, eat this. And maybe someday you'll grow up to be big and strong.
Huh?
Contraption, he'll think it's Hanga's eye shining on him in broad daylight.
And he'll be as frightened as the others.
Go wake him up and send him this way.
On some useless errand.
Right.
Come on, Lucing. Mr. Burns wants you to make a supply run for me.
But this isn't my work time.
If Mr. Burns says it is, it is.
If the monster is what I think it is, There must be a rail spur around here somewhere.
But suppose it isn't what you think it is.
Then we'd both better start worrying.
I wonder why Burns wanted... Hanga! No, it can't be. It is the sun. But how? The horses. They're frightened by the light.
Otto, look.
Whoa! Whoa!
Keep going or we'll never catch the wagon.
But Silver and Scout, the bright light.
They'll be all right. Watch your big fellow. Come on, we've got to get within shooting range. Let's go, Silver! Away! Aye, Silver! Away! A mirror. Look!
Whoa! Whoa!
The bridge is out.
We can't get there in time unless... To the cliff, Silver! Away! Lusing, you all right?
Yes, thanks to you. What was that?
A mirror dreamed up by our friends Burns and Kwang-Wah, I'm sure.
Ah, sometimes I wonder whether it wouldn't be simpler to quit the job.
If you give up now, so will the men who look to you for courage.
You are as good with your words as you are with your horses.
Now tonight, Burns will try again. This time, Tonto and I will be there too.
Good. But please don't interfere unless you have to. The men must know they have a leader of their own.
All right, Lusing, if that's the way you want it.
But don't you forget, these are dangerous men.
Come on, men. Let's get to work. What's wrong?
They've decided to quit.
Quit? I think you're doing just what they want. What do you mean?
Lusing, we have followed you, but this monster is more than we. Listen, Hanga! The night monster!
Jack, take these men and go behind that wagon over there. Where will you be? I will be here. Now go, quickly. Come on, men. Follow me.
What is Lusing doing?
I don't know. I think he's crazy.
No, he is a leader.
Kimosabe, why is Lu Sing standing in its way?
I'm afraid his desire to prove his leadership has made him foolhardy, Tonto. We'll have to save him from himself.
This is for all of us.
Look, Lusing has put out the eyes of the monster, but still, it judges him. Massman, Lusing is...
No, he's alive.
But...
I am convinced of it.
And so is Chow Lei.
But where are they?
That's what Tonto and I are about to find out. The monster seems to have vanished into thin air.
There has to be a reasonable explanation. I think Silver and Scout just found it for us, Kimosabe.
Yes, a hidden railroad spur off the main set of tracks.
Leading up to nowhere. But that's impossible, isn't it?
These tracks do seem to lead nowhere. But why?
Kimosabe, look, a door.
So this is where Burns cages his night monster.
It glows like the paint on the ground.
Yes, luminous paint. Lo Sing and Chow Li?
Well, I thought my monster was all through eating for the day. You'll stay here until the men have all quit because of the night monster.
I thought as much. What company do you really work for, Burns?
Probably Consolidated.
Of course. That's it. He wants Ohio Railroad to lose.
You're all real smart, ain't you? Come on, Kwong Wah. Let's pay our friends at Consolidated a visit and tell them they can't lose now. See you tonight.
Don't get too hungry.
Make sure the brake is on. We don't want the monster running off in broad daylight. Our friends inside might get hurt.
Brake is set.
Come on.
It's a runaway.
Yes, but listen.
It's Silver and Scout Kemosabe. They're following us.
Come on, Silver! Sing will show the men back in the camp just what a fire-breathing monster looks like by day. And with their help and this luminous paint, we'll plan a little surprise for Burns and Kwong Wah.
The train! It's gone!
This could mean trouble. Hurry on out here, Kwong Wah.
What are you going to do, Mr. Burns?
We are going over to Consolidated to get some help. Then we'll ride to the Ohio work camp and settle who'll get the contract once and for all.
Whoa! Everything is so quiet.
Too quiet.
What was that?
Hey, Burns, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on around here?
Jack and Ming Toy are all set. When Tonto signals again, you'll be hoisted up. That's when you drop the cloaks.
Understood.
Mr. Burns, there is no sign of anyone or anything alive.
Pull yourself together, Kwong Wah. There's got to be some kind of... Stop it! Whatever you are!
Look! Floating in the air!
We have returned to seek justice. The train monster crashed in the ravine. But our spirits live on.
It's a ghost! Lu Sing and Chow Li. It's their ghosts!
It's working. Come on, Ming Toy. Make Lu Sing fly right over Kwong Wah.
Right, Jack. No! Stop, please! I didn't mean to hurt you! Stop!
Hey, what is this?
Hey, Burns, I didn't bargain for no ghosts.
I'm hightailing it back to Consolidated.
Me too.
Hold your ground, men. This is a trick.
I order the flaming beast of the night, Hanga, the real night monster, to avenge our deaths.
Hunger!
like a charm. Let's bring him down to earth. You're behind all this.
Your scheme has just gone up in flames, Burns.
Mr. Burns, over here, quick!
You ain't taking me, masked man.
Silver!
No, not you!
A going away present from me.
What does it say, Zhao Li?
It says, I do hereby appoint Lu Xing as the new supervisor of the Western Region. Sign, Vice President, Ohio Railway Corporation.
I am one of the first Chinese ever to reach this honored position.
Congratulations, Lu Xing. 100 years from now, when Americans ride across their country, they'll remember the great contribution the Chinese people made to the building of the Transcontinental Railroad.
Thank you, my friends. Masked man, I owe you... Lu Xing, your masked friend is gone. He saved my life, and I don't even know his name. He is a man like no other. He is the Lone Ranger.
Io Silver! Away!
The Chinese were among people of many different nationalities and origins who helped build America's railroads. And the railroads, in turn, opened up vast new territories to still other settlers, people from virtually every country in the world. The fact is that the United States has received a larger number of immigrants than any country in the history of the earth. Till we meet again, Kimosabe. Adios.
Jake Rockwell, Ace McCloud, and Doc Terror each sold separately.
Trouble up rubber, Jake! Energizer Assault Mode! Let's do it! I name this Doc Terror down! Centurion! Take this! Energizer Power Mode! Bombs away! Fire! Now it's Doc Terror Fall! Right, Jake? Right, Ace!
New Centurions, Jake Rockwell, Ace McCloud, and Doc Terror come as shown, each sold separately.
Post Super Golden Crisp cereal, part of this nutritious breakfast.
We say stick on. Each box of Super Golden Crisp has stickers you won't want to miss. The back lets you stage a show, make your own up video. We say stick on.
You can collect 3 sets, 1 in each specially marked box of Super Golden Crisp cereal. When you change into Fun Pals and Underoos underwear, you can pretend to change into a hero.
Mask where illusion is the ultimate weapon. By the power of Grayskull. HeMan is here.
Imagine you can change into all your favorite heroes from Superman to Thundercats with Fun Pals and Underoos underwear.
More than meets the eye. The Transformers.
With Fun Pals and Underoos, you can change into a hero.
Freddy, what are you doing up there?
All right, so I got a question to ask, and I know this is... When you were kids, did you play Cowboys and Indians still? Was that still a thing? And because I didn't really play Cowboys and Indians. I was an Army guy. We played Army. Army and Star Wars. Those were our big, like, role-playing games we played as kids. So I just wondered, if you're roughly my age, did you play Cowboys and Indians? I gotta figure that out. It's something I've been asking. Because I don't remember me and my friends playing Cowboys and Indians. I'm sure we probably did, but I just don't remember it. I remember bigger stuff like Star Wars, Army, just playing in the woods, stuff like that. But I don't remember playing Cowboys and Indians. So, I don't know. Although as a kid, man, I was not a Cowboys and Indians Western guy. I was Django and was it 4 for the Apocalypse and stuff like that. I was weird Westerns when I was a kid, so. But I did like Lone Ranger, so. And his best friend was an Indian, so how screwed up would that be? So, brought it last week. You guys seem to enjoy it, and frankly, though, I'm sorry. I find the witch creepy. But here you guys go. This is Terrahawks. I always thought the puppetmation stuff was okay. I was never a huge fan of it. So, I mean, I guess I watched Thunderbirds or Go more than I watched pretty much anything. So, but here you guys go. Terrahawks, episode 2, and this is Expect the Unexpected, part 2. But you weren't expecting that. Enjoy.
Terrahawks, stay on this channel. This is an emergency.
Alien force has seized Mars. Their intention? To capture and plunder Earth. An elite defense unit, the Terrahawks, with a secret base in a remote area of South America and equipped with the most sophisticated fighting machines yet devised by man, is ready to engage the new Martians. Their first attack has already been repelled, but using her mysterious powers, alien android Zelda has taken Terrahawk commander Dr. Neinstein hostage, and he is now aboard her spaceship. He orders his Terrahawk gunship to open fire and destroy the alien craft, even though he is aboard. Terrahawk's Lieutenant Hero is confronted with an impossible decision.
What would you do, 101?
It's not for us to make decisions.
You're right, of course. I must make the decision. 101? Open fire.
Tiger! Thank God you're all right.
Well done, Hero. What on earth are you doing there? You mean, what am I doing here on Earth? Well, I had this theory, and it's relatively complicated. But I figured that if their ship was destroyed, their power to hold me would also be destroyed.
And you were right.
Well, I'm glad to say. Zero, we are rejoining Battlehawk. I want you back on board.
Yes, sir. If you could just give me a few minutes. Present. Pipes. Fire.
Sergeant Major, I don't understand. I mean, when we get back, they'll make another number 13, won't they?
You know your trouble, 35. You've got no heart. You wanted to see me. So,
Flaming thunderbolts. Yes, Sergeant Major. I wanted to see you. Today you disobeyed an order. You started to think for yourself. Well, I've got news for you. You are a machine. You are nothing. You are zero. You are absolute zero. Zilch. Get it?
Doctor.
Don't doctor me. In future, if I say jump, you jump. Well, don't just sit there. Say something.
Yes, Doctor. There's someone here to see you.
Why, girls, I didn't know you were there.
Obviously. I happen to think that Sergeant Major Zero behaved like a real man today.
That's right. And if he hadn't drawn the enemy fire, Hawkeye and I might not have been here tonight for the party.
Party?
Yes, in the White House.
Okay, folks, let's raise our glasses. Today, we had our first encounter with the new Martians, and we won. C.I.G. Champagne is go.
Actually, sir, his champagne is gone. And my head is spinning.
Dr. Neinstein. Yes, Hero? Zelda, she's on her way back. But that's impossible.
Nothing in this universe of ours is impossible. You should have known that, Doctor. When I lost my power to control matter, you were automatically returned to Earth, and I to Mars. But fear not, for despite your hostility, I returned to Earth in peace.
Peace? Battle stations. Give me an update, Hero. She's coming into a firing range. What are your orders, Doctor? Whatever she says, we know she's hostile. If she gets any closer, just let her have it. 10-10.
Alien ship is now stationary.
Thank you, 101. Doctor, Zelda's ship is standing off, just out of range of our guns. All right, Hero. We're on a 1040 down here. I'm going to the Terrahawk. Keep your eyes peeled and expect the unexpected. 10-10.
Earthmen, I come on a goodwill mission. I bring a gift from my people. I request safe conduct to your base so that I may confer with your commander.
Our base is concealed. Its position is revealed to no one.
Of course. Because we are alien to you, you automatically assume us to be hostile.
No, I didn't think that. I was prepared to believe you were friendly, but then you attacked us.
I didn't attack. I defended myself. One of your robots attacked me.
I can assure you, sir, that number 13 did not fire first. I have never disobeyed an order.
You know something, Katie? Tiger's crazy.
I guess he wants to give that cat the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. Some of my best friends are androids. Hawkwing, you have a 1050.
10-10. Here we go.
Katie, Hawkeye, you know the drill. Circle the landing area. If Zelda makes one hostile move, blast her.
10-10.
10-10.
Same time, same place, huh? Don't you think she's deceiving you?
Well, someone is deceiving me.
Hawkeye, what goodies do you think Zelda's got for us?
I don't know, Katie, but I certainly know what I've got for her if there's any kind of trouble.
Tiger, what do you think Zelda really has in store for us?
Well, as I always say,
expect the unexpected.
We know what's in store for our little earthlings, don't we? We are going to give them lots of little presents, aren't we?
Zero, tell the Megazoids to guard the Battlehawk, okay?
So?
Hawkwing, what is Zelda's 1020? Well, she's about 30 miles south. She'll be landing in a few minutes. 10-10.
We're going to a full 1040, Tiger. Shotgun. Do you feel like a piggyback?
Stand by to receive boarders.
Hawkwing at 1040.
10-10.
Here she comes.
Well, Doctor, you gave me safe passage to Earth. Do I take it that I have won your confidence?
You have not won our confidence yet. But for the moment, we are prepared to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Very wise, Doctor. As you now know, I have the power to control matter. I will now perform a small miracle for you. Look to the west, Doctor. The land is bright.
Katie, Hawkeye, stand by.
10-10.
What's she doing?
Don't trust her, sir.
Tiger! She'll kill us all!
Hawkwing, ram that ship.
10-10.
Hawkwing, pull out.
10-10.
It is a miracle.
You have just received your first gift. Just imagine what other benefits I could bring to your planet. Now I will leave, I take it I have safe conduct.
Yes. Yes, Elder, you have my word.
You're going to let her go?
I believe there's been a misunderstanding.
Are you sure, Tiger?
Zelda, you are clear to leave.
Thank you, Commander.
Hero, did you get that? Yes, I got that, Doctor. We will keep well out of range. 10-10. The Road to Mandalay.
Road to Mandalay?
It's an old song.
Sung by grandfather?
I didn't have a grandfather. I had a test tube. I'm a clone, remember?
Tiger, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean...
Mary, why don't we take my old roller and take a look at the new highway? No, not you, Zero. My roller. My Rolls Royce. Get it? Well, I don't tell you everything. 35 years old, and just like the day he was born.
She's beautiful.
Yep, totally restored. A few alterations, a new power plant, new interior, and all the latest technology. It can think and speak for itself.
Like Zero?
Not like Zero. This machine has breeding.
I presume that rather coarse whistle indicated that my services were required.
Yes, Hudson. I thought we'd take a ride on the new highway.
Certainly. Your voice print has been checked, and the doors are now unlocked. Welcome aboard, sir.
Heuristic universal driver with sensory and orbital navigation. Hudson for short.
Electronics by Hero?
Exactly. Well, what do you think?
It's beautiful.
There appears to be an obstruction ahead, sir.
What are they?
I don't know, but they look extremely dicey to me. Let's get out of here. Hudson, I'm taking over.
As you wish, sir.
What's going on, Tiger? What's happening?
Force field. Run for it. I guess that was obvious.
We're trapped.
That's also obvious. Try the phaser, Hudson. Although my theory is that the force field is impenetrable.
I'm afraid so, sir.
Give me a satellite link. Calling all Terrahawks. This is a 1090. Repeat, a 1090. We're trapped in what I believe to be an impenetrable force field. Stand by for instructions. In the meantime, make no attempt to rescue us.
I promise you, Doctor, that I will not attempt to rescue you. You cannot escape. You are in your tomb. And be sure of it. You will both die.
Doctor, why didn't you believe me? Number 13 was one of the best.
Tiger, I've been talking to Hawkeye. We reckon we can pull you out through the top of the force field.
Your fate is sealed. Goodbye, Doctor.
I hate to say it.
Then I will. Zero was right. It's ironic, isn't it? He's the only one who can save us.
By increasing his mass?
Yeah. He can make himself as heavy as a black hole. If he hit one of these posts, he could break the field.
But we can't call him.
Not now.
Maybe he'll think of it himself.
Well, I told him that if ever he disobeyed an order again, I'd have him taken apart.
I could save Mary and the doctor, but I will not disobey an order. I will not disobey an order. I definitely will not disobey an order. The heck I won't.
Hawkeye, do you see what I see?
I sure do. He's increasing his mass. I just hope he's a good pitcher. He could smash that car to pieces. Come on, Zero.
Keep rolling, baby.
Fantastic, Sergeant Major. Just fantastic.
It was nothing, Mom. Nothing.
You're right.
Tiger.
Joke. It was just my little joke.
You know, Tiger, I think Hudson is absolutely magnificent. Why, Hudson, I do believe you're blushing.
No, madam. It's my natural color.
Pink.
No, madam. Chameleon.
Red, white, and blue. Truly British, Hudson. Truly British.
All right, Zero. Up on your perch. Today you disobeyed an order. Once again, you started to think for yourself.
Well, yes, sir, but...
When are you going to realize that you were made and programmed by a superior being?
With due respect, sir, won't you?
Sergeant Major, maybe I've underestimated you.
I never thought I'd see the day. Coming?
Sure. Thanks, Zero.
Thanks, Zero. Thanks, Zero. Wonders never cease. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I'm over the moon. I'm right over the moon.
Friends, my first encounters with the Terrahawks have failed. But now I am going to give you your chance. Sram, ruler of planet Felony, I am going to bring you out of suspension. Let's see how the Terrahawks can cope with your little tricks.
1984 mini metal license plates. Free when you buy specially marked boxes of honeycomb cereal.
Awesome.
50 plates in all. And if your plate says lucky,
Wow. Yeah.
you win a new BMX bike, and 500 kids will win. For a free plate, write Post Honeycomb license plates. P.O. Box 540, Lowell, Indiana, 46356.
Go for it. It's Gunfighter with the spaceship flavor of Hubba Bubba. Well, what is Gunfighter?
It's blue. It's blueberry. And it stays soft, chew after chew.
It's Blueberry Hubba Bubba with the great taste of plump blueberries.
I want it. No! It's the Blueberry Bandit. Now here's the Black and Blueberry Bandit.
Blueberry Hubba Bubba. Starts soft, stays soft.
That's right. It's Hellstrom. From back when Marvel was really trying to do a Hellblazer comic with their own devil-connected sorcerer guy. And even the artwork is similar to what Hellblazer looked like and everything. It's crazy. They were trying. They really were. Alright, hope you guys dig Terrahawks. It's okay. It's not my cup of tea, but I hope you guys enjoy it. I'm brutally honest sometimes because, man, we were joking around about April Fool's Day that I was going to put together and make it look like the entire episode was nothing but Rickety Rocket. But even I couldn't do that as a joke. Because that is a horrible cartoon that needs to disappear. My goal is to save all the cartoons, and my son looks at me and goes, well, what does that mean? I was like, I think there's some cartoons that just need to go away and never see the light of day. And Rickety Rocket might be the one that needs to go away. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep going. And we're going back to one that I air normally because we're almost out. We're on episode 14, and that's Josie in Space. We've only got a couple more episodes because this is episode 14. So, once we got 15 and 16, that's it. And we're out of Josie and the Pussycats. So, I'll just, I guess, go Archie's then? I don't know. We'll figure it out. So, this is Josie and the Pussycats, episode 14. And this is All Hail Goddess Melody.
Josie in outer space. Pussycats are all in place. On another chase. Our stars the Milky Way when they're moving insane. Put up your seatbelts. They could be in orbit in the stars. On a spooky planet made in Mars. There's no way of knowing when they're moving way above the atmosphere, trying to get back to him. They're blasting all down. Josie's on a rocket ride. Pussycats are by her side. Ripley is the kooky guy. Come along and take the chase. The Pussycats in outer space. The Pussycats in outer space.
Any luck, Alan?
Nope, we're still lost.
Maybe we can line up a course with Andromeda.
Does anybody have any idea how long we've been wandering around out here in space?
6 months, 2 weeks, 4 days, and 27 minutes.
Huh? Melody, that's amazing. How did you know?
Who knew? It just sounded like a nice, groovy number.
Oh, brother.
I've got a lot of other groovy numbers. How about 12 years, 3 months, 5, never mind. Or 6,312. That is an adorable number.
Look, dum-dum.
Meow.
Sebastian, will you get off of there? I just did my hair.
Did we hit something?
Something hit us. Lightning.
3 volts.
Oh, 3. That's a cute number, too.
I can barely steer it. We'll have to try to crash land on that planetoid down there.
Everyone, emergency stations. Right, emergency stations. Heads up.
Right, emergency stations. Heads down.
Look out for all
Wait, we may still be in trouble. Bye.
Oh, stop clucking, chicken, and crawl out of your nest. I'm sure we're safe.
We won't know for sure until we check out this weird tanglewood jungle. We don't know who or what might be waiting for us. Easy does it, gang.
Check it out, Sebastian.
There goes a good scout. Okay, all clear. Let's take a look at the damage to the ship.
Beep, 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 beep.
Uh-oh. Company. I'm out to lunch. Stop. We're friends. Do you understand? Friends. Pals? Huh? Buddies? Huh? Chums? Don't you get it? Look, we don't want any trouble. But if you're trying to scare us away... You're doing a terrific job.
If you come one step closer, I'll clobber you creepy-looking jokers.
Uh-oh, they're still coming.
Hey, look! Look, they've stopped! They've stopped!
All hail the goddess of Gesnerians. All hail our beloved goddess.
Huh?
All hail. All hail.
What a welcome.
But for who?
All hail our revered goddess of Gesner.
Alan, what are they doing? What does this mean?
Maybe it's some kind of a singing commercial.
Well, they must think one of you girls is the goddess of Gesner.
Of course. And it's perfectly clear which one they mean. Hello there. Yoo-hoo. Hello there, friends. Loyal subjects. Yoo-hoo.
What makes you so sure you're the one?
Isn't it obvious, brother dear? I simply look like a goddess. Yoo-hoo there. Hi. Hello.
Hold it, Alexandra. You don't know if...
See? What did I tell you? They're coming for me.
Now wait.
Here I am, right here. Here? Look, folks, I'm here. Hey, where do you creeps think you're going?
All hail the goddess of Gesner.
Huh? Oh, gee, who? Huh? Me? Little old me, a goddess? My goodness.
Goddess of Gesner, we will take you to the city.
In there? They just brought the front seat. Where's the rest of the car?
I don't know what's going on here. So you better go along with them. We'll be right behind you.
Okay, that means I ought to be in front. This is fun! Whee! Bleep! Bleep! No, Bleep. If we run into traffic, it's beep, beep, or beep, beep.
Honk, honk.
Come on. We've got to stay right behind them.
I don't understand it. In school, I was always the princess.
Don't forget, sis. That was really make-believe. Huh? Make-believe?
They bring the goddess now. We shall stop here for a moment so the goddess of Gesner may rest.
Golly, this is a marvelous ride. I'm getting 10 miles to the person. Boy, am I glad we stopped. I'm going to get this asteroid Sahara out of my shoes.
Yeah, the rocks here are size 9A. What's that cracking sound, sis?
Hey, kids! Watch out!
The goddess pointed to the tree.
And it fell.
The goddess is all-powerful.
All hail the goddess of Gesner.
The goddess can do great magic. Yes, I must tell Murlocs at once.
All hail the magnificent goddess of Gesner.
All hail to you folks, too. Golly bleep, with all this hail we're getting, it might snow.
And when she pointed her finger at the tree, it came crashing down. All the people saw it. She is the goddess of Gesner.
What do you mean she is the goddess of Gesner? Kota, you and I know there is no goddess of Gesner.
Until now, Murlocs. See for yourself. They are carrying her into the city now. You see, she is the goddess the people believe.
Who are those others?
They are her friends. They come in a strange spacecraft. The entire population worship her.
It's amazing. Kota, this alien is an astounding duplicate.
Look, it's Melody.
Or her exact double, Goddess Melody.
Wow, that explains everything.
Of all the nerve. Where have I seen that face before? She looks friendly. Beep, 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 beep.
An alien who looks exactly like the statue we built of the goddess of Gesner. What incredibly bad fortune.
No, we shall turn it into incredibly good fortune. Listen. People of Gesner, this is your leader, Murlocs. I speak as always for the mighty goddess of Gesner. The goddess orders her people to redouble their efforts to complete the important projects they have begun.
I said that? Golly, I'm smarter than I thought.
If you do not obey the goddess, beware. You will learn of her power. Quickly, the Energizer.
Look out! It's lightning! This whole thing is a shocking experience!
Wow, no wonder these people run like rabbits whenever Melody points her finger.
Beep, 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 beep. How about that? I've got a gadget digit.
Now the volcano of Nuvan.
Right, Murlocs.
All hail the great goddess of Gesner. The goddess's friends must not interfere with our plans. Take them!
At once, Murlocs. Guards, capture the strange aliens who seek to harm the goddess of Gesner.
It's just a wild coincidence that Melody looks like that goddess of theirs. But that doesn't mean the rest of us are safe. Right. We'd better do something about it fast.
Even faster than that, because here they come! Watch it! We're in a trap!
Seize them!
Stay away from us or I'll kick you in the shins, you creepy-looking knotheads.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Melody, help! Do something! Hey! Cool it, cats!
The goddess has spoken. Cool the cat.
Hey, cut that out, you knuckle noggin!
Now's our chance. Let's split.
After them, at once! I shall escort you to Murlocs myself, O goddess of Gesner.
Good. I'll tell that big clod a few things about.
Throw this one in the dungeon.
What? But the goddess of Gesner wants me to stay with her, doesn't she? I don't know. Why don't you ask her? I am asking her. You're the goddess, remember? Me? Oh, that's right, I am. I keep forgetting. Don't touch her. She is a friend of the goddess of, Alexandra. What am I the goddess of? Gesner, dum-dum. Oh, yes. The goddess of Gesner, dum-dum. No, I mean, she is, my friend, and she must not be harmed. Okay?
Yes, goddess, as you command.
They're gaining on us! Follow me, gang. We'll try to shake them. What are we waiting for? Come on, let's get out of here. Okay, but let's be quiet about it. Come on. Oh, here we go again. Look, the city gate is open.
Melody and Alexandra. As long as everybody thinks Melody is the goddess, they'll be okay.
I've got an idea for a plan that I think will work.
Hi, Alan. Golly, Golly, where'd you get the funny-looking new suit?
I borrowed it from one of the guards, who hasn't missed it yet. Look, the other kids and I worked out a plan to get us all away from this planet.
Oh, boy, that's great news.
The whole scheme depends on Melody.
Oh, no. That's miserable news.
Now listen, it's very simple.
Oh, I have a mind for simple things.
First of all, when Murlocs presents you to the people of Gesner as their goddess, here's what you're gonna do.
People of Gesner, your goddess orders you to listen to her commands. You will increase the amount of work you are doing so that the projects can proceed at a faster pace. The goddess will not tolerate anything but total obedience to her orders.
Okay, Melody, hang on tight to the pulley.
Now, Melody, and away we go!
Well, look!
Whee!
The goddess is flying!
Whee!
What's this?
Hi, Mr. Murlocs. Nice running into you again.
Hail! All hail the goddess of Gesner!
Hi there. I am your all-powerful goodness of Gesner. Oh, whatever it is. Or, all goodness of Gesner, powergus of Fulner. Hi there.
Quickly, seize her!
It is impossible. The people love her. They would not allow it. Alan here. Ready with a waterfall? Ready with a volcano?
Josie here. Volcano ready. Over and out. Valerie here. Waterfall ready. Over and out.
Alex here. On guard. Over and out. And I wish I was. Out, that is. Now, if Melody only remembers what she's supposed to do.
I'm supposed to do something. I just wish I could remember what. Oh, yes, now I remember. I think. Hi, folks. I am your all-powerful goddess. I can control your volcano.
She is enchanted.
I've created a monster.
Oh, she's doing it all backward.
She's our official dum-dum. What do you expect?
Val, stand by. The waterfall is next. Maybe.
Roger.
Uh-oh, I think I goofed. Now I remember. Correction! Correction, please. What I meant was, I can control your waterfall.
All hail the goddess of Gesner! All hail!
Oh, thank you very much. Rah, rah, rah. Now, let's see if I can get this right. I command you to, put Mr. Murlocs under, his flunky Mr. whatever his name is in, the dungeon and destroy their, evil machines. Or something like that.
Hail, hail, goddess of Gesner!
We must leave at once and regroup our forces. She has the power for sure.
The back way. We won't be seen. Duck for cover. Here comes someone.
Let's go, Val. I'm moving.
What is your plan, Murlocs?
We use their spaceship and regain total control over this goddess. Take me to their craft immediately.
Now we'll find out how they get those cars out of this place. And lead us to our spaceship.
What's happening, gang?
They're gonna steal our spaceship. Murlocs and his flunky Coda just left here in one of the air cars. And we found out that the big door opens when one of the air cars starts up.
Okay, now this is what we'll do. I'll get Melody, and you...
Oh, goody, here comes Alan.
Hop in, Melody. We're getting out of here.
Gee, just when I was getting good at all this goddess jazz.
We're being followed by those meddlesome aliens. Faster! Find another path through that tanglewood. That way is too thick. We've got to lose those aliens.
They doubled back. Let's go after them. I'll confuse them by taking a roundabout direction.
did you repair the spaceship?
Yes, sir, just as you ordered.
Good. We can proceed. Get ready. Now we shall use the spaceship of these aliens to flee to another planet and plan our conquest.
Oh, no, you won't, you double-dealing dirty deeders.
Goddess of Gegesner, all hail.
No more hailing, please. Just arrest Kurlox and Mota.
That's Murlocs.
And Kota.
Yes, them too.
No! Don't point that at me, no!
No, don't point, not that!
Golly, nothing happened.
Oh, yes, it did. It happened to those nothings.
Atta girl, Melody.
Good going, Melody.
You really did it this time.
Look, Melody, the people are here to say goodbye.
My loyal subjects are groovy. I wish I could do something nice for them before we leave.
Why don't we play a musical number?
If you wanted to do something really nice, you wouldn't play them a musical number.
I think a musical number is a great idea.
It's right in your own backyard. Hoping and wishing for someone gone fishing in a barrel. And dreaming of gleaming one bringing all halos to wear.
They really loved you on that planet, Melody.
Being a goddess isn't easy. I have a very powerful fingernail.
Point it toward home, then, and we'll ride in on the beam.
Bleep, 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 bleep.
Josie's on a rocket ride. Pussycats are by her side. Pepe is the kooky guy. Run along and take the chase. The pussycats in outer space. The pussycats in outer space.
Hi, I'm Nancy McKeon, and I'll be right back with One to Grow On.
Alfie, the B's are missing from alphabets.
Nancy McEvil again.
Get him, Alfie.
Post-alphabet cereal, part of this nutritious breakfast. It's doggone good.
Who's that turning on your wheels? Who's that riding at your heels? Who's got lots of fun appeal? It's Alfie. Bike reflectors, Alfie.
Bike reflector and fun club games in each specially marked box of post-alphabet cereal.
What?
Watch. Here comes the nerd.
Can I play?
Listen, Bob. Why don't you go catch some of your butterflies or something? This is a serious game.
So Bobby's an oddball, right? Wrong. It's funny, but believe it or not, some people have thought I was strange. But once they got to know me, they realized I wasn't. You see, it goes back to that old saying, you don't really know someone until you know someone. People have a way of surprising you if you give them a chance.
Come on, guys. What have we got to lose?
Hey, Bobby! Hey! I didn't know I could shoot like that.
And that's One to Grow On.
You're going, you're moving, you got to keep moving. Can't hold you back, you got it bad, you're on the go.
On the go. Cause you know you gotta show. You keep it moving, keep it grooving, you just can't take it slow. Together on the go. McDonald's and water powder, large fries. McDonald's and icy Coke and apple pie. McDonald's and you.
Catch 8 is Enough, weekdays at 3 o'clock on 30.
Alright, hope you guys are still digging Josie and the Pussycats. So, alright, we're going back over to one of my favorite cartoons. hopefully I can talk to, because I got an interview coming up with the guys from Ramen Toys. So hopefully I can talk to them and go, well, hey man, why don't you go and make some Jayce and the Wheeled Warrior stuff? That'd be cool. Maybe we'd make it accessory packs. Maybe they don't even have to make the new ones. They just big pieces and stuff that fit on the old ones. Just let them know. So this is Jayce and the Wheeled Warriors, and this is episode 14. And this is Hook, Line, and Sinker. Enjoy.
Thundering across the stars to save the universe from the monster minds. Jayce searches for his father to unite the magic root and lead his Lightning League to victory over the changing form of Sawboss. Wheeled warriors explode into battle. Lightning strikes.
There's a power that comes from deep inside of you. It's every day reaching toward the light. And you know there's a long way ahead of you. But when your wheels get you there, things will turn out right. Just keep on turning, don't stop rolling. The fire is on. Real warrior, metal drums burning, wheels moving, real warrior. Come take the chance, keep on turning, don't stop rolling. The fire is on. Real warrior, metal drums burning, wheels moving, real warrior. Real warrior.
And that is my report, Excellency.
The planet you describe is the perfect place for a trap.
Dare tank.
Exalted leader? Set the trap as I have instructed. That meddlesome boy won't escape this time.
Snodgrass, Lipton,
Wow! Gillen's casting spells in his sleep.
Playing, huh? Warriors like me have no time for playing.
Ooh, we'd love to hear some of your war stories.
Really? Well,
Why don't you stand over there in front of Gillen?
No signal. Nothing.
We've got to keep trying.
Don't worry, kid. I'm trying. The sooner we find your father, the sooner I get paid.
Yay!
help! Let me out of here! Ah!
We've got something.
This is Terror Tank calling the Lightning League. Come in, Lightning League.
This is the Lightning League.
What do you want, you pile of space junk?
A trade.
We don't trade with evil brutes.
I think you will. You give us the root, and we'll give you...
Nothing will make me give up the root.
Take a look at this before you decide.
Father!
He hid the root before we captured him, so we'll happily give him to you for your root.
Where and when?
Kid, are you crazy? You can't trust them to deal straight.
Where does the exchange take place?
On the sand planet, in N2 orbit. Coordinates L23 and N71. Be sure to bring the real root.
The boy is on his way to the sand planet.
Do you think he suspects a trap?
Even in a million years, he couldn't guess what kind.
Hey, Hot, that shot, you gotta be crazy.
Don't you have any faith in me, Herc?
Huh. Another one of your weird plans?
Even if it is a trap, we'll rescue Father. We have to. And give them nothing but trouble.
Let's hope it's that easy, kid. We'll know soon enough. We're almost there. Now what? Hit the stabilizers.
They're not responding.
If we don't get out, we'll be torn apart. It's no use. I can't turn her. We've had it.
Try heading into the field. Full power.
Are you crazy?
It may whip us around and out.
Okay. What do we got to lose? Wow, it worked!
Ouch! Ouch! Get away!
We're okay, Brock. Let's see what happened. Gillian!
My word, wasn't that extraordinary? Come, child, to the bridge.
Hold on, everybody. I'm bringing her down.
Jayce! I feel monster mines. A lot of them.
Don't worry, Flora. We're ready for them.
Prepare to execute the next stage of my plan.
But, Excellency, what if the boy tries to fight?
Of course he will. Let him. He'll be playing into my hands.
I hope you know what you're doing, kid.
We have to play it their way. And Un'll be with me.
There's no monster mind alive that I'm afraid of, Master.
You ask me, it's risky taking the route with you.
But if Terror Tank doesn't see it, he'll think we're not going through with our part of the deal.
We're not.
That's our surprise.
Go! Bring me the root!
Yes, sir.
I beg you again. Leave my kingdom.
Only after you have done your part in capturing the boy, King Phineas.
Be courageous, Un.
Oh, Master.
I understand, but this is the only way.
Master, I feel so defenseless out here.
Our defense is the root, Un. They'll want to be sure I have the real one before they try anything.
Oh, I see.
I've come for my father.
The root!
First, let me be certain he's all right. Send him out where I can see him.
Of course.
Father! Drill Sergeant, now! Get on this bike, Trigoon. It's on auto attack.
Wait for me!
happening?
Jayce, jump!
Master, where are you going?
So, Jayce, you fell for my trap. Hook, line, and sinker.
You agreed to trade the root for my father.
But your father isn't here. It's only an image.
What? Father?
And now you and the root will be destroyed.
Ring of light, magic might. If ever you can help me, do it now.
I can't see.
Where is he?
Hurry, Gillian. Something's wrong. I know it.
Oh, good heavens! Don't they have safety belts on these things?
Boone, where are you? Even your lance would help right now.
I was just going to call on you, Herb. Yay!
The monster mines are winning. We've got to do something.
Oh, dear. What's the best spell for this?
The bubbles, Gillian. The ones you did while you were sleeping. Snodgrass or something.
Ah, yes, excellent, Flora. Snodgrass, lip to, skip to, daz.
Oh no, I can't go back any further. What?
What's going on? Hit them! Hit them! How? Our lasers are useless!
You did it, Gillian.
My, oh my, so I did.
Try to get me now, you overgrown tomatoes.
Out of my way, you bunglers! I'll get this one myself!
Whoa! Get me out of here!
There! He went that way!
Master!
Let's move. Fast. The monster mines ought to be here any second.
Oh, a dead end! I knew it would end like this. Oh, Magic Lance, help us, please!
Follow me. It's your only chance. Hurry, please.
Oh, thank you, Magic Lance. I think.
Who are you?
King Phineas, Sawboss forced me to capture your friend, or he would have destroyed my kingdom.
Did he force you to catch his father, too?
That was only an image of what the boy wanted to see most. A little trick of mine.
Look out!
Where did they go?
I have saved you, but only for a moment. We're all doomed.
Why?
Sawboss told me what steps you would take if you escaped. The same thing he threatened to do if I didn't help him capture you.
Send this message to my troopers at the Vortex Plug. Give them my command to remove it.
Yes, sir, Lord Sawboss.
And now, forces of the Black Light, remove me from this doomed planet.
The Vortex Plug? What in space is that?
Once removed, it will allow the atmosphere of this upper level to mix with that below. Together, they form a deadly poison.
There has to be a way to stop them.
Well, you might if there were time. But between us lies the rapid radiation field, a wall of powerful forces and currents rising to the heavens, and there's no time to go around it.
Then I'll have to go through it.
Yes, through it. Oh, Master, do we have to?
It used to be a test of courage among us to swim the radiation rapids. Few survived. I was one of them, but I was young then.
Herc, try to make it back to the barge with Floor and Gillian. You might have a chance to save yourselves. If I fail.
Hey, kid, wait a minute.
One more time.
This way. I remember the currents well. It's the only way you'll make it.
No, Brock, we can't! Brock! Phineas is so old. Brock wants to help him. Brock! Come back! Please!
Be careful, kid.
How are you doing, Oon?
Fine, Master. Are we there yet?
We're right behind you, King Phineas. Don't give up. Brock!
We made it through, Master. Ah! Monster mines!
We've got to stop them at any cost. I can't stop them like this, Oon. The vines grow back too fast. But I have an idea. All systems lock into automatic mode. Defensive Plan A.
Command acknowledged. Defensive Plan A
image of whatever someone wants to see most, can't he? Well, you know what monster minds want to see. R4, stop! I dropped the root!
Never mind him. It's our chance to get the root. All forces follow me. There it is. There's the root.
Turn, you fools! It's too easy! It's a trap! Turn! Turn!
Well, that takes care of the monster mind, Zoom.
It sure does. We did it, Master.
Thank you, Jayce. You saved all of us.
You did it, Your Majesty, by creating that image of the root.
Oh, Brock, you were so brave. Helping King Phineas make it through the radiation rapids like that.
King Phineas took an enormous risk for us. He could have lost everything dear to him, including his life.
But his decision to resist evil gave him strength, my boy.
It gives us all strength, Gillian. And that's why I know we're going to find Father. Soon.
Driving down on the highway, and my wheels are spinning fast. I've been driving down for a long, long time, but soon I will be there. Keep on rolling, keep on rolling. There's no turning back. We're going home
We dance one day, and it's really great. One?
Fun just never stops. Good times on the ship. Jello pudding pops.
Hey guys, look what I got!
Jello pudding pops. It's creamy Jello pudding frozen on a stick.
Hey, let's go home!
Good friends are for sharing the things you like a lot. Good times are for sharing. Jello pudding pops.
You can imagine they're from another world. Mighty robots disguised as mighty vehicles. You can pretend only you and the friendly GoBots can save the Earth from the enemy GoBots.
You're trapped, Turbo.
Leader, one to the rescue!
They hide among us as earthly vehicles, but you can change them into robots, each sold separately.
Take this, Psycho! Now who's trapped?
GoBots. Leader 1, Turbo, and Cykill, each sold separately. New from Tonka.
Didn't have to. So, I hope you guys still jig Jayce and the Wheeled Warriors. I do love the cartoon. Yes, I know it's a Star Wars knockoff. People, oh, this is a Star Wars. No kidding. Would you expect to be anything else at that point in time? Excuse me. So we're going to keep going from Jayce and the Wheeled Warriors. We're going over to Robotech. Man, I don't know what to say more about Robotech other than, you know, it's still awesome to this day. Very, I guess, I say grounded, but man, I think it's the most practical mechs ever in an anime is Robotech. So, but this is Robotech episode 8, and this is Sweet 16. Enjoy.
Operating on auxiliary power, the space battle fortress has entered an orbit around the planet Mars. Its inhabitants are constantly under attack by alien ships and enemy battle pods, which have followed them closely since the escape from the Zentradi trap on Mars base Sara. With its main engines damaged and its full system inoperative, the battle fortress remains locked in furious battle. Men and machines are pushed to the limit in the desperate effort to defend the mothership, while Chiron and his Zentradi troops take every opportunity to press their advantage. The alien attacks continue despite the direct orders of Commander Britai, who has instructed Chiron's division to simply follow the fortress and block its return to Earth.
Look at that! It's amazing how far they've come.
Yes, these Micronians seem to get much stronger as they near their mother planet. I fear the ship itself may end up being destroyed before we defeat them.
That must not be allowed to happen, Exodor. My orders have been most specific regarding that ship. I want it captured intact and undamaged. The ship is our primary concern, not the people in it.
What about Captain Chiron?
Chiron is a Zentradi, whether he likes it or not.
And so the celestial game of cat and mouse goes on, as the huge battle fortress continues in its planetary orbit around Mars. Meanwhile, inside the great ship, Rick Hunter finds himself faced with a pressing problem of more immediate concern.
Now what do I do? Tonight we're gonna celebrate Min May's birthday, and I still haven't figured out what to give her yet.
Attention, the following personnel are ordered back to headquarters immediately. 3rd Lieutenants Justin Black and James Rothman. 2nd Lieutenants Jan Liu, Carl Jones, and Marcus Miller. 1st Lieutenants Thomas Olson and Adam Olson. Also Sergeant Rick Hunter and Corporal Gregory Berg. Please report.
Out in space, Chiron and his troops stalk the battle fortress while getting themselves into position for another surprise attack.
Captain, I'm concerned about Commander Britai's reaction to our constant attacks.
All this is practice, and if we should happen to meet the enemy while practicing, it's just too bad for them.
I understand, Captain. But Commander Britai was extremely determined.
Forget about him. I'm in charge here, and I'll be the one to decide how we go about dealing with that ship. Now, your squadron will be acting as a decoy, so make it good so the rest of us can get in for the kill.
Yes, Captain. I'll make it a big show.
Must be something brewing. I hope I'm not in trouble. Sergeant Rick Hunter reporting as ordered, sir. General? Sir? Oh.
Right this way, Sergeant Hunter.
Now that they've arrived, we will all please stand up. Since the battle for Sara Base on Mars, the gentlemen assembled here have established for themselves records of excellence under fire. Therefore, I am pleased to award them the Titanium Medal of Valor for their distinguished service. Gentlemen, we proudly acknowledge your achievements.
Will each of you gentlemen please step forward as I call your name? First, Lieutenant Justin Black, please.
It's a dream. It's gotta be a dream. But that medal looks real. Hey! Boy, what a surprise. Now that was something.
Hey, little brother. Huh? Hold on a minute. Let's you and I have a little talk in my room.
What a great ceremony that was. So, what's up, Roy?
Have a seat.
Huh? Oh, okay. What you got?
Just another medal you'll have to get used to.
Huh?
You've been promoted, little brother. From now on, you're a lieutenant. You proved your leadership capabilities under fire. Put it on next to your award.
Oh, sure.
Oh, and by the way, there is one other thing.
Wow, what else is there?
I'm assigning 2 subordinates to your command.
This is Corporal Ben Dixon. He has 378 hours in simulation and 66 hours of flight time. He is Class A. This is Corporal Maximilian Sterling. He has 320 hours in simulation and 50 hours of flight time. He is also Class A.
Hey, Roy, what gives? I don't get it. Those guys are both just beginners.
Well, Rick, to me, you're not a lot different than them.
But, Roy, I've got a lot more experience.
Now, their files are all here, and I want you to study them. There's also a manual for you that contains all the official things you'll need to know about being a lieutenant. I guess that must be them. Come in. Reporting is ordered. This man will be your new commanding officer from now on. He's Lieutenant Rick Hunter, and he's quite a good fighter pilot. In fact, he was just awarded the Titanium Medal.
I'm honored to be serving under your command, Lieutenant Hunter. Corporal Ben Dixon reporting, and while I'm around, I assure you nothing will go wrong.
Glad we're gonna be on the same team. I'm Corporal Max Sterling, sir. Call me Max. I'm very inexperienced and might be needing a lot of help.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you.
Yes, sir.
Big brother, I hate to run off, but I have to be someplace, you know?
That's fine. Have yourself a good time.
Thanks. I'll be seeing you later. Excuse me, gentlemen. We'll meet again soon.
Lieutenant? Would you mind if Max and myself made your party a threesome?
Okay with me.
Great. Thanks a lot, Lieutenant. Oh, by the way, sir, where are we going?
Don't worry about a thing. I've got a very good place in mind.
On for it, whatever it is.
Well, I'll work your notes when it makes Ben a very dull boy. Let's get to that party.
Good grief, they sound like a bunch of schoolboys at recess. I hope this wasn't a mistake.
Thank you. Why, him?
What's that?
Why did this boy Hunter get promoted up to the rank of group leader?
I guess he got the promotion when he swooped down and rescued a damsel in distress back on Mars.
Oh, I'm responsible for promoting this incompetent... oh, brother.
Not a very heroic sight, is it?
I hope I don't wind up like them.
Long as I'm here, you got nothing to worry about.
Just so you make sure you're following my orders.
As you say, sir.
Weird being in charge.
So I've always been kind of popular. With the girls, that is.
Here we are.
Is this the place you were talking about?
You betcha.
Ricky Hunter, you're late, but at least you made it to my party.
Glad I could come.
So, how do you like my outfit?
Min-May, you look terrific.
Well, who do we have here? Nice to meet you.
Wait just a minute. Who are you?
Huh?
Ben here has just been assigned to me.
I'm Corporal Ben Dixon, ma'am.
Assigned to you? What's up?
Well, they just made me a lieutenant. And they assigned these two guys to me. Min-May, this is Corporal Max Sterling.
How do you do? Call me Max, ma'am.
Wow, I mean, you're pretty good looking.
Oh, that was a very nice compliment, ma'am. I'm just honored to meet a beautiful girl like you.
Oh, what a lovely thing to say to me. Max what?
Sterling, but just call me Max.
Well, welcome to my birthday party, Max.
Yeah,
I want
thanks.
you to come over here and sit next to me, all right?
Okay.
You sit right here.
Rick, how have you been? Well, today's Min-May's big day, huh?
Yeah, it sure is.
Well, Rick?
Well, happy birthday, Min-May.
You forgot, didn't you?
No, that's not what happened. I came directly from headquarters and left your present back in my room. I'll just have to get it to you later, okay?
Now, Min-May, don't pick on Rick so much. He's just been busy, and you must forgive him.
Been busy? I've just been out there battling the enemy for 4 weeks. As a matter of fact, sir, I've just become...
By the way, Min-May, do you plan to sing for us this evening? I think this would be a lovely time.
I don't think I feel like singing. How about him?
Why, that would be perfect.
But I'm not very good.
Well, I don't have much of a voice, but I'll give it a try.
That would be wonderful.
Listen, Rick, if it were me, I'd keep an eye on him. Min-May seems to have taken a liking to him. He just might steal her away.
Now this is very strange.
What's strange? It's a blank screen.
I know.
So, what's wrong?
That's what's so strange about it. We should be picking up something, but instead there's nothing coming through at all. It's almost as if...
The radar waves are being jammed out.
That's it. That's what's happening. I'm sure of it.
Captain, red alert. I think the enemy's about to attack.
From behind the space fortress, where they cannot be seen, and putting out strong radar jamming waves, the enemy battle pods mass for the attack.
Now we'll show them a few tricks.
Meanwhile, aboard the great ship, the unsuspecting inhabitants go on with their activities unaware of the emergency about to erupt around them.
Cut off all jamming waves immediately. Decoy group, move into position. We'll come from behind and destroy them.
so, Chiron begins the attack as the battle fortress sits, waiting.
Don't go away, because Robotech's coming right back. Hope you're ready, because Robotech is back.
Unaware of the impending attack, Rick Hunter and members of his fighter squadron celebrate Min May's 16th birthday.
Attention, this is an emergency. All Veritech group members scramble. All Veritech group members scramble immediately. Emergency.
Oh no, you're going?
Sorry.
Well,
what can you do? That's the Army. Taxi! Hey, taxi! Come on, you guys, let's get going.
Hey, I can't take all you guys.
You gotta take us, pal. This is an emergency.
All right, but you need to pay us separately.
Hey there, boss. That girl sure was cute. Is she anything to you like your girlfriend?
What kind of question is that to ask me at a time like this, Ben? You okay, Max? You're looking kind of green.
Yeah, I think I'm just a little tense.
Hey, Max, don't worry about a thing. You know nothing can go wrong while I'm around.
Oh, brother, now I'm really worried about this flight.
On the flight deck of the Space Fortress, the men of the Veritech fighter squadrons desperately rush to get their machines in position for takeoff in a last-ditch effort to defend the ship.
This is Gun Site 1. Black Squadron, confirm you will counterattack in the 4th quadrant.
Roger. Corporal Sterling and Dixon, follow me.
Roger.
Roger.
Hey, boss, what area are we supposed to defend?
We're all on the defense line, 4th quadrant.
But that's way at the end. All the really heavy action's happening over there. Can't we get into some of that?
What can you possibly have in mind? We've been given orders, so follow them.
Can't hear you, sir. What was that?
Forget it.
The decoy squadron draws the Veritech defenders further and further away from the Space Fortress, while Chiron's main battle group moves in from behind for the kill.
Enemy force is attacking from behind, sir.
Then we'll have to send out the Gladiator Force.
Defender team has been destroyed.
They're coming in from everywhere. They're all over my screen.
Fighter 102, enemy coming in off your right wingtip.
This is Corporal Dixon. Here they come. I see them. I'll fly rings around them, eh? Watch me show these guys up.
Dixon, don't play around. You got me?
Boss, I'm in trouble. Help me or I'm a goner for sure.
Stop it, Ben. You'll get yourself killed doing that. Now I gotta save you. Watch out. Here it comes.
Sure was a big fat mess you got me out of. Hey, is that Max? Look at him
go! Max, you tore him up.
I'm happy I was able to help out. I'll show you something I learned in flight school called Focus Fate. Now remember, you have to confuse them. And while they're looking for you, you come up behind them. Go, but you gotta be fast. It's unbelievable.
Lieutenant Hunter.
Huh?
Bad defensive maneuvers. Your response time will have to improve immediately.
Hey, I've got a couple of completely inexperienced pilots here. I can't perform and babysit at the same time.
This is too easy. Commander, they appear weak in their defense of the ship's 4th quadrant.
Ah, then we'll move in and we'll end this little chase. All units move in for attack.
Enemy force is heading right for the ship. I guess it's up to us to hold them off.
Hold on, Ben. Don't waste your fire.
Is it all right to fire if it's not a waste?
think I got 2 of them that time, Lieutenant.
Good, now follow me and we'll break them up.
We've almost got them! Spread out and fire at anything that moves!
Yeah, I like to fight rough. Ha!
Let's get out!
Hey, Ben! Are you still okay in there?
I don't know how, but I guess I survived.
Well, move out of there fast, because here they come!
Here's the last thing he'll see!
Fights extremely well.
His next shot's got my name on it. You gotta think fast, Rick, or you're a goner.
Aboard the main flagship of the Zentradi fleet, Commander Britai is informed of the battle raging around the space fortress. A battle he did not approve.
He's completely disobeyed the orders given him. I suspected something when he told me he was conducting war games.
Shall we recall him?
Immediately.
But he's deeply involved in this fight, sir.
He's fighting a battle I expressly disapproved. And if he damages that ship...
But what steps should we take?
Prepare to make use of a manual override beam. I warned him. We'll override his navigational systems and force him to break off this offensive. He won't get away with disobeying any of my future orders. Initiate beam procedure.
He cannot recall me! He cannot!
What the heck is happening out there? Where are they all going? Huh?
Well, can you beat that? It doesn't seem possible.
Why are they retreating? They nearly had us that time.
I imagine they had some problems of their own of one sort or another. Well, what difference does it make? They're leaving now and we're saved.
The manual override takes effect, and the enemy battle pods are pulled away from the space fortress. Deep below the surface of the ship, teams of technicians work tirelessly to repair and recycle the many battloids that have been damaged by the recent enemy attack.
I never even saw him. He destroyed a whole section of the fighter. Boy, I'm glad the repairs don't come out of my pocket.
Max, you did pretty well.
Yep. It was luck, though. They said I put away 9.
9? My total was 0. Well, what a hotshot Max has become. Amazing, eh?
I'll say, yep. I've never seen anybody fly like that.
About how many did you blast?
About 5.
Oh, I'm sorry I mentioned it. You probably feel bad that Max beat you out.
I don't know,
I was pretty good.
Huh?
I imagine it's possible they might even promote me. Some jump. Corporal to General after one battle. I hope we get to go up again tomorrow. Today was really exciting. I enjoyed myself. Good night, Lieutenant, and thanks very much for your help.
Thank you, Corporal. And as for you, take care of yourself, huh?
Ah, it's nothing.
Oh, brother. Why did they promote me to lieutenant? I was so much happier before they gave me these subordinates to command. Oh, I forgot. Minmay's gonna kill me if I don't get her a birthday present. Now where am I gonna find something at this time of night?
Cola makes the good times roll. Have a peanut.
Wait a second. Great, a jewelry store. This place isn't open. Oh boy. I gotta tell her. If I can face an enemy squadron, I can face an angry girlfriend. I think. Let's see, where do I begin? How do I say this? Okay, oh, there she is. Oh no, I can't do it. Maybe she won't see me. Oh no.
Hi, what's up?
I planned to come to say I was sorry.
About my present? Oh, that's all right. Did you bring it now? Is that why you came by so late?
Oh, yes, about your gift.
You didn't forget, and you still have time. That's fabulous, Rick. It's not midnight yet, so it's still my birthday.
I guess it could be a gift, so why not? Yeah! Hey, here it comes! It must be my day. Catch! Here you are!
I've got it! Ah, caught it! Ah, what is it? Oh, it sparkles and it's so beautiful. Did you really get this for me, Rick?
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Wherever did you get it?
I'll tell you later, Min-May. Happy birthday! Bye!
Bye. He's so sweet.
In our next episode, the charming Min-May prepares herself for a totally different sort of battle. A battle to determine the most beautiful girl in Macross City. While the beauty contest rages, Rick Hunter is called into action by his superiors to defend the giant space battle fortress. Be sure to be with us for Miss Macross, the next thrilling chapter of Robotech.
It's the comedy adventure you've been waiting for. My Little Pony, the movie. What happens when three evil witches try to destroy Ponyland with ugly purple smooths? Can Megan and her brother Danny help the ponies stop the witches? My Little Pony stars Danny DeVito as the Grundle King, Madeline Kahn and Rhea Perlman as the Witch Sisters, Cloris Leachman as their mother Hydia, and Tony Randall as the Moochick. You'll love My Little Pony, the movie. It's rated G and it opens at theaters everywhere the Friday after school.
Cat's been quiet all day. I turned that camera on and meow, meow, meow. Don't know why. I didn't even know. Couldn't even find the cat earlier. Turned my camera on. Meow, meow. Yeah, see? There. But I hope you guys still dig Robotech. Because we're going back over to HeMan because you guys asked for it. And I'm going to bring it to you. So if I can find it, I always have people like, well, can you do this? There's a lot I cannot air. And the fact that some of the stuff I can air is amazing. So I consider myself lucky that I can run Zorro or HeMan or G.I. Joe or Robotech or any of that. They don't have to let me do that, but they do. And yes, they make money off of it. So whatever, more power to them. Hey, maybe we'll get more toys down the road. So. But this is HeMan. Yet again, Jesus, there's, wow. Josie was episode 14. Jayce was episode 14. Guess what? HeMan and the Master of the Universe is episode 14. So this is episode 14, Dawn of the Dragon. Enjoy.
And the Masters of the Universe. I am Adam, Prince of Eternia and defender of the secrets of Castle Grayskull. This is Cringer, my fearless friend. Fabulous secret powers were revealed to me the day I held aloft my magic sword and said, "By the power of Grayskull!" Cringer became the mighty Battle Cat, and I became HeMan, the most powerful man in the universe. Only 3 others share this secret. Our friends, the Sorceress, Man-at-Arms, and Orko. Together we defend Castle Grayskull from the evil forces of Skeletor.
Now let me get this straight. This side is supposed to produce flowers.
Yes, but Man-at-Arms, it...
Orko, if you want me to fix your magic pyramid, just answer me. This side makes flowers? Mud!
Well, that's what I was trying to tell you. It was not working right.
And this side is supposed to produce a swan?
Yes, but it's also...
Orko... And this side makes fruit, huh? Oh, no. You open it. I thought you said it was broken.
Well, that's the side that still works.
Well, at least some of your tricks work.
Well, back in the land of Trolla, all my tricks worked.
You hardly ever talk about Trolla. Where is it?
In a different astral zone from here. It's a beautiful land.
I'll bet you get homesick.
Yeah, back home, I was a powerful sorcerer. I had respect.
You, a powerful sorcerer? That's a good one.
It's true. They called me Orko the Great.
Well, if I were Orko the Great, I would stop playing with those meteorites, as they might be dangerous. What happened? Those rocks from space seem to have a magical effect on Orko's pyramid.
It's back!
Why, it's a girl Orko.
Where am I? The Royal Palace on planet Eternia. I am Orko, Royal Magician in Residence, at your complete and total service.
Boy, is he laying it on thick. Get the feeling he likes her?
Orko? Not Orko the Great. You've heard of me? Everyone in Trolla knows of Orko the Great. You're a famous sorcerer.
I don't believe it.
You've come from Trolla? Yes, I am Dree-El. I was hiding from Dragoon when this box appeared beside me. I went to look inside, and it brought me here.
Somehow the meteorites have energized it into a shuttle between Orko's world and ours.
Who is this Dragoon you are hiding from? An evil monster. All of Trolla's in danger. Oh, Orko, if only we had someone like you to help us. Come on.
Orko, what are you doing?
I'm going back with Dree-El. They need me.
Wait, Orko, let us help you.
Yes, it sounds dangerous.
You wouldn't fit in the pyramid. Besides, I want to do this myself.
He's gone.
I'm worried about him.
So am I, but I don't know what we can do.
I do.
I remember it. Shh! Dragoon will hear us. Let him hear. You're here with Orko the Great. Now, tell me about him. He's half man, half dragon. He breathes fire. Look, he doesn't by any chance look like that. Run, Orko! Still works here. Wow. Come on.
Our only hope of following Orko is the sorceress.
By the power of Grayskull. I have Grayskull, I command the jaw bridge. Open!
This is only a temporary portal to Trolla, and, as you can see, it is much too small.
Sorceress, do you have the power to make me small enough to enter the portal?
Yes, but it is too dangerous. This portal will vanish at moonrise. If you're not back by then, you will be trapped in Trolla.
I'll take that chance. Orko may need help.
Very well. Take this. It is the sphere of size. Squeeze it to grow small. Release it to return to full size.
Good. We can enter the portal now.
Remember, you must be back here by moonrise.
Got it. Come on.
That's strange. Going through the portal changed us back to Adam and Cringer. Look at this place. Wow, upside down trees. Fish that fly like birds. Even the rainbow's upside down. Things seem to be backwards here. Look out! By the power of Grayskull! Doesn't work here.
Use your fire ray.
Water. Something's wrong with this thing.
Well, this calls for drastic measures. Help! Help!
Maybe I can use those trees. It worked! Cringer, come on. The sooner we find Orko and get back to Eternia, the better.
At last, a voice of reason.
Did we lose Dragoon? I'll look. I don't see him. I don't remember Dragoon. Where did he come from? They say he was sent here by a creature called Skeletor. Skeletor? I might have known.
You will not escape me this time.
That's coming from the gorge. It's Orko. He's in trouble. Over this way.
I've got a nice surprise waiting for you two at my fortress.
They're trapped in a ring of fire.
Help!
We've got to do something.
Help! Let me go!
My fire ray.
Oh, help! Help!
It shoots water here. Orko, up here.
Adam, where are you?
Look out! Orko, your powers really are strong here.
Very well, Trollin. I'll return for you later.
He's got Driel! What happened? Why aren't you HeMan?
That's a long story. Let's go after Driel, and I'll tell you on the way. And let's be quick about it. We only have a few hours left.
Silence! Your friends await their fate.
Orko the Great will cut you down to size.
Such spirit, pretty one. I will put your energy to good use.
What are you doing to my people?
You're about to find out.
You can't change into HeMan here?
No, there's something about Trolla. Something I'm overlooking. I can't put my finger on it.
You're sure it's not dark in Eternia yet?
Yes, we still have 2 hours.
There! Dragoon's fortress.
Let's find a way inside.
What's wrong with them? What have you done?
I'm draining their energy from them.
I'm so tired.
Sleep, Trawler, sleep. The energy is stored there, in the megacore. When I have collected the energy of all your people, my mission will be complete. The energy will be transferred to my master, Skeletor. Another one done. Now it's your turn.
No! Stop! You can't do this! No!
I see you have strong energy.
You won't get away with it. I can't think.
Farewell, pretty one.
I must not go to sleep.
Come on, inside.
I better keep watch out here.
Cringer.
All right. At least there's nothing guarding this place. I've had about enough of this world. Crazy beasts, upside-down trees, fire rays that shoot water. Even Orko's magic works. Everything's backwards here.
That's it. Things are backwards here. If I say, by the power of Grayskull, backwards,
maybe then it will work.
Grayskull, power thee by! I'll take care of Dragoon. You look for Driel. Come out and play with me, frog face. Orko, go!
No one defies me.
Driel! Where are you? Driel! What has he done to you?
Just as I thought. Only one man in the universe has that kind of strength. Skeletor warned me about you. Imagine his pleasure when he learns that I have banished you to the bottomless hole of Trara. This hole never ends. You will fall forever. It's time for your fall, HeMan. A fall forever.
Stand by, Battle Cat. Battle Cat, find another vine. comes the hard part.
I don't understand. You risked your life to save me. I wouldn't have done that for you.
That's how we're different. I believe in saving lives.
Even your enemies?
I may be your enemy, but you're not mine.
Maybe I've been wrong. Maybe saving lives is better.
You've got some heavy thinking to do. I hope you come to the right conclusion. But if I hear you've returned to your evil ways, I'll be back.
HeMan. Thank you.
Orko, what's wrong?
It's Driel. I can't wake her up.
Have you tried your magic?
It didn't work.
You can't give up. You are the greatest sorcerer in all of Trawler.
That's right. We believe in you.
But you have to believe in yourself. Keep trying. No matter what.
With all my heart, from way down deep. Driel, please rise from Dragoon's sleep. Please work. What happened? Driel!
What's he doing? We only have a few minutes left.
He had to revive all the other Trollans. And I think he wanted to show Driel his face.
Huh?
It's a custom among the Trollans. You only show your face to someone you love. Kind of like, well, it's like getting engaged.
Give me a break.
Orko, you did it. You saved us all. I'd better be going. Can't you stay here with us? Oh, I wish I could. But my friends in Eternia need me. There's still so much evil to fight there. I understand. Driel, do you think before I leave we could really see each other? Show faces? Oh, Orko, I was hoping you'd ask. You're beautiful. I'll come back someday. I'll be waiting.
Hurry. Moonrise is starting right now.
We'll never make it in time.
We've got to.
The moon has risen. It's too late. The portal's disappearing. I'm afraid they...
Look! Well, I guess this means we've been eating our vegetables.
Welcome back, HeMan.
Good to see you, lad. What happened?
Orko's magic saved his people.
Really?
You should have seen him.
I could never have done it without your faith in me.
Orko, why didn't you stay with Driel? You seemed so fond of each other.
I wanted to, but you're my friends too. And as long as Skeletor threatens Eternia, I'm going to help you defend it.
Well, little guy, I'm glad you're back. We need you. And by the way, you're one fine magician, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Not even me.
In today's story, Orko is faced with a very difficult decision. You know, when we're young, most of our decisions are made for us, but as we get older, well, we want to make more and more of them for ourselves, and that's the way it ought to be. But sometimes we have a real tough one, a real problem, and when that happens, it's a good idea to talk it over with someone else. Someone who really cares about you, like your mother or father, or maybe your best friend. Talking a problem out with someone else can be a great help.
Wake up, guys. We got work to do.
We do?
Well, I've got to get out the morning edition.
And we've got to get out the breakfast edition.
What's it say?
Snap, talking just to you.
Sounds good.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the talking part of this complete breakfast. Snap, Rice Krispies. Now free in Rice Krispies, one Masters of the Universe puffy sticker.
I got HeMan. Mightiest warrior of them all. Yeah, next to Tila.
You can collect all 5 free.
Alert the troops! They're protecting Toothopolis with some gel! Attack!
Howdy, creeps. Press down.
Great tasting Crest Gel with Fluorostat. You creep!
Repelled by Crest Gel!
They're coming to your town. Gremlins. From now until August 11th, a sheet of 6 Gremlin stickers is available at participating stores. When you buy a tube of Crest, you can catch a gremlin with Crest.
I don't know how many of you guys are reading this right now, but this is one of the best books going right now. From Marvel with Star Wars. Bounty Hunters and Darth Vader are currently 2 of my favorite Star Wars comics going right now. So, and Darth Vader's just great. And then so's Black, White, and Blood from Vader. All short stories, all brutal, all Vader. It's so good. So, hope you guys dig HeMan. I know I do. So, you know, I hope you guys have fun with this stuff. But we're going to keep going because we're going back over to G.I. Joe, the best cartoon ever, next to Scooby-Doo. We're going back to G.I. Joe. This is the last episode of The Return of Cobra, which is the second miniseries. And I was talking to some buddies of mine. They're like, man, because I bring up the whole... You know, this was an event, and they're like, "Yeah." I was like, "Man, you couldn't miss that when that re-aired." They ran home. I had buddies that lived in the country. Oh, they hated it because they would be late. They would get there right like as it started, and they would have to run in and like miss like the first 2 minutes of every episode. But it was for me. I was like, I gotta ask you, was it an event for you guys? With anybody my age, did you have to get home to watch the G.I. Joe miniseries? Did you have to get home to watch the Transformer miniseries? Any of that stuff. I know it was, to lack of a better, must-see TV for kids. And that was mine. Because I love G.I. Joe, still love G.I. Joe. Even though somebody asked me the other day, and they're like, would you come off all your G.I. Joe collection? I was like, yep. They're like, you got a price? Yep. If somebody comes up with that price, it's theirs. They can walk out with it right now. And then I will go buy my car. And that's that simple. I begin one point to another point. Just make it easy peasy. So, as I ramble on, even though I would hate it, but I would still do it if somebody gave me enough money, I'd do it in a heartbeat. So, this is G.I. Joe, Episode 10, Return of Cobra, and this is Amusement Park of Terror. Enjoy.
Joe! He'll fight for freedom wherever there's trouble. G.I. Joe is there. G.I. Joe, American hero. G.I. Joe is there. It's G.I. Joe against Cobra, the enemy, fighting to save the day. He never gives up. He's always there, fighting for freedom over land and air. G.I. Joe, American hero. G.I. Joe is there.
G.I. Joe is the code name for America's daring, highly trained Special Mission Force. Its purpose, to defend human freedom against Cobra, a ruthless terrorist organization determined to rule the world.
He never gives up. He'll stay till the fight's won. G.I. Joe will dare. G.I. Joe, American hero. G.I. Joe.
Using a laser core stolen from G.I. Joe, Destro activates the Weather Dominator, an incredible weapon which controls the forces of nature itself. The Joe team repels a lightning attack on Washington, D.C., and the Weather Dominator explodes into 3 parts, setting off a chain reaction of natural disasters around the world. G.I. Joe and Cobra each recover one of the parts. But Zartan, in a bold and surprising maneuver, captures the 3rd part and offers it to the highest bidder. Roadblock, Duke, Snake Eyes, and Hondo Lou encounter the voracious Volt monsters. And Flint and the other Joes are buried beneath an avalanche of ice as we begin our final episode of G.I. Joe, The Revenge of Cobra.
Fire your lasers! Ice melts!
Let's get them out of there.
Thanks for cutting in, Lady J.
Haven't you heard? Diamonds are a guy's best friend.
But time is nobody's friend as long as Zartan has the last piece of Cobra's weather control weapon. Regroup back at headquarters. Yo, Joe! Yo, Joe!
I adore seeing a scheme come together. It's so stimulating. Now, I shall raise our broadcast transmitter and inform both Cobra and G.I. Joe of our modest demands.
Oh, the man said modest.
Good afternoon, honored associates. As you already know, I possess the third and most powerful fragment of the Weather Dominator. G.I. Joe, you have one fragment, but it has little value without the other two components.
Bingo. Zartan's in Bayou country. Come in, Flint. We've traced Zartan to the swamps.
Roger base. Yo, Joe!
And Cobra, you are also the proud possessor of one fragment. It too, equally useless. Therefore, one of you, the more intelligent one, naturally, will quickly pay my price, and then, with two viable components, reconstruct the third, or steal it back from your adversary and win the day.
I have him. Come in, Destro. Change course at once for the Bayou. That abominable wretch Zartan has gone home to roost. Deal with him at once. The final resolution is in motion. And now I must do the one thing I despise. I must wait.
We can't hold them off for long!
I don't want to be gobbled by some short circuit.
Short circuit. That's it. We've got to reverse the polarity.
Hondo Lou, ready for a ride?
Just say giddy up.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Bend the pole into the one beside it, but don't get caught between them.
Don't they feed these turkeys?
It's about time Cobra had its fangs yanked.
Yo, Joe!
What's...
Only one movie asks the big questions.
Do you guys have ears?
Just say yes. Just say yes.
I think so. They think they have ears.
Ninja Turtles, theaters Wednesday, rated PG.
The readings indicate two large fighting forces have homed in on us. It must be G.I. Joe and Cobra. Very well. Take your positions. We shall give them an unexpected education in the art of warfare.
formation. This weather has turned the jet stream into a wind tunnel. Ripcord, how's it going on your end?
We're over the target area now.
Good hunting, Ripcord. Breaker, we'll join you as soon as the jet stream calms down.
He can't hear you!
Neither do I. That's what bothers me.
Sleeping gas.
You guys might think I'm bananas or something, but
We know you are bananas, Sharfuse. What's on your mind?
a couple of minutes ago when I didn't hear anything,
Yeah?
I ain't hearing it again. I gotta check it out. Call it intuition, I don't know, but the fragment's gone!
G.I. Joe will return after these messages. Now, back to G.I. Joe.
Let's play commando, man.
Now let Zartan taste the bitter fruits of vengeance. Cobra! There's no answering barrage. No response from Zartan at all.
Patience, Destro. Patience.
Break your unit into several combat teams. If retaliation is forthcoming, we don't want to present too large a target. That is all for kiddie cars. Is this the contempt in which Zartan holds me? All right, boys. Now! It's an ambush! Run for it!
Press forward! Cobra!
Ready, Breaker? Do the honors.
Zartan, we're taking a beating. It's time to get us out of here.
We've pinpointed Zartan's control room. Over there.
Then what are we waiting for? Yo, Joe! Zartan's gone.
And so's the last fragment of the Weather Dominator.
I have a feeling things are gonna get a lot worse before they get better.
Quickly, over there. Zartan, you thieving turncoat.
Wait! Would you mistreat a prisoner who surrendered willingly and offered a prize? The final piece of your Weather Dominator, Destro.
Remove him.
This place has more twist than a pretzel factory with the bends.
Cobra at either end. We just ran out of options.
I got another way to go.
Good thinking, Houndaloo. This homing device will tell our guys where to find us. And while they're coming in,
we'll go out and crunch a couple of cobras.
It's Duke's personal distress signal. Fix coordinates on that beeper. We've got Cobra made, and we're gonna come down hard. Yo, Joe!
We have the laser core, Commander. Now, what punishment shall we administer to this turncoat?
Punishment? Punishment is the price for failure, and we have not failed. Rise, Zartan.
But he stole the laser core.
Which I now have, as well as the other 2 fragments.
But Zartan must be dealt with.
He has been. I forgive him. Now stop sputtering like a wet toaster and get busy! When the Dominator is operational again, we shall seize control of the world! And this time, none shall oppose us! Cobra!
Howdy, handsome. You work here all the time?
you better have a pass, kid.
Oh, I do. And here it is, sugar.
This is no time for gardening, Roadblock.
Man, where these scrawny vines are concerned, I am a man with a big green thumb, and I'm gonna stick that thumb right in Cobra's nose.
There's the snake house we've been looking for. Yo, Joe!
The enemy is upon our gates! Concentrate all power for the defense of Cobra Temple!
We are almost at optimum capacity.
Hurry up, Destro!
No force on Earth is a match for nature! Gone mad!
G.I. Joe will return after these messages. Now, back to G.I. Joe.
Mow them down at once.
With pleasure, Commander.
We're losing altitude. Can't control it. Ship too heavy from ice and snow buildup.
Our friends are coming to a standstill, Destro. They need something to spark them up.
I know just the thing, Commander. Hang on! We're still airborne and ready to fight. Yo, Joe! They shall pay for that!
Shocking experience, mates. I think my bridge work melted.
Spare nothing now, Destro. The end is in sight, and we have won!
This final burst will annihilate them forever!
Wrong again, junk jaw.
Stop them! They've got the vibe!
We got a clear shot at him! Yo, Joe!
We got him cold!
Retreat! Retreat!
We can't stop them! Lower the temple! Lower it at once!
They're trying to take her down. Let's beat them to it.
A sight for sore eyes.
Looks like you blew it again, Fang Face.
A battle lost, but not the war. I shall make G.I. Joe rule this day if it takes me 1,000 years. Zartan!
You haven't defeated me. I only bow for this moment, but I shall return!
We beat you, Cobra, right down to the sand.
There's still the little matter of the crazy weather around the world.
How's it coming, Breaker?
Just watch the monitor. I think I got it.
Snowstorm! Yo, snow!
Well, nobody's perfect.
No, but we do okay.
G.I. Joe will return after these messages.
Want a zoo full of fun for lunch?
Zeroni!
We love it a bunch.
Good fun for you, good for you too.
Zeroni, we munch.
Animal-shaped pasta from Chef Boyardee.
Yummy tomato sauce, cheese,
And pasta shaped like us.
Elvin's meatballs, delicious.
And nutritious.
Zeroni, we munch.
Zeroni, with or without meatballs. A zoo full of fun that's good for you, too.
We now return to Alvin and the Chipmunks. Alvin and the Chipmunks will return after these messages.
Donkey Kong Jr. cereal. It's pretty wild. In every fruity bite of Donkey Kong Jr. cereal. Wild. Told ya. It tastes like fruit and it's lots of fun. New Donkey Kong Jr. cereal.
New Donkey Kong Jr. cereal is part of this complete breakfast.
It tastes like fruit and it's lots of fun.
It's wild with fruit flavor.
Donkey Kong Jr. cereal.
Gentlemen, turn on your lights.
Slam Shark Camaro, Avenger Competition Mustang, Saber-Tooth Tiger Datsun CX. They're powered by your fist, and if you want to race in the dark, you turn on just one switch. Each sold separately, AAA battery not included. Lighted Slam Shifters, Slam Shark Camaro, Avenger Competition Mustang, Saber-Tooth Tiger Datsun CX, each sold separately from Ideal.
We now return to Alvin and the Chipmunks. Alvin and the Chipmunks will return after these messages.
You're going, you're moving, you got to keep moving. Can't hold you back, you got it bad, you're on the go.
On the go. Cause you know you gotta show. You keep it moving, keep it grooving, you just can't take it slow. Together on the go. McDonald's and quarter pounder large fries. McDonald's and icy Coke and apple pie. McDonald's and you. We now return to Alvin and the Chipmunks. Alvin and the Chipmunks will return after these messages.
We dance one, three, and it's really great. One just never stops. Good times on the ship. Jello pudding pops.
Hey guys, look what I got.
Jello pudding pops. It's creamy Jello pudding frozen on a stick.
Hey, let's go talk.
Good friends are for sharing the things you like a lot. Good times are for sharing. Jello pudding pops.
You can imagine they're from another world. Mighty robots disguised as mighty vehicles. You can pretend only you and the friendly GoBots can save the Earth from the enemy GoBots.
You're trapped, Turbo.
Leader, one to the rescue.
They hide among us as earthly vehicles, but you can change them into robots, each sold separately.
Take this, Psycho. Now who's trying?
GoBots. Leader 1, Turbo, and Cycle, each sold separately. New from Tonka.
Now stay tuned for fast action with that lovable tough guy, Mr. T. Then don't miss the Amazing Spider-Man and the Incredible Hulk. A bad guy poses as Spider-Man and goes on a crime spree. But can he fool the Spider Friends? That's quite a yarn. All today on NBC. Be there.
I'll be right back with one to grow on.
Alfie, the B's are missing from alphabets.
Nancy McEvil again.
Get him, Alfie.
Post-alphabet cereal, part of this nutritious breakfast. It's doggone good.
Who's that turning on your wheels? Who's that riding at your heels? Who's got lots of fun appeal?
It's Alfie.
Bike Reflectors, Alfie.
Bike Reflector and Fun Club games in each specially marked box of post-alphabet cereal. Watch. Here comes a nerd. Can I play? Listen, Bob. Why don't you go catch some of your butterflies or something? This is a serious game.
So Bobby's an oddball, right? Wrong. It's funny, but believe it or not, some people have thought I was strange. But once they got to know me, they realized I wasn't. You see, it goes back to that old saying, you don't really know someone until you know someone. People have a way of surprising you, if you give them a chance.
Come on, guys. What have we got to lose? Hey, Bobby! Hey! I didn't know I could shoot like that.
And that's one to grow on.
You're going, you're moving, you got to keep moving. Can't hold you back, you've got advantage, you're on the go.
On the go, 'cause you know you gotta show. You keep it moving, keep it grooving, you just can't take it slow. Together on the go, McDonald's and water powder, large fries, McDonald's and icy Coke and apple pie, McDonald's and you.
Catch 8 is Enough, weekdays at 3 o'clock on 30.
Listen up. This is Mr. T. I pity the fool who misses my show. I pity him.
Mr. T will return after these messages.
Boy! I wish the Crunch Island treasure was mine.
You can win $1,000 of it.
$1,000?
Just check the treasure chest and specially marked boxes of Captain Crunch cereal for a coin that says you win.
I won.
I'll give you $1,000 to save or buy something special or treat your family.
I'll get it.
For free treasure coins, write Treasure Hunt, Box 789, Young America, Minnesota 55399. Chance to win is about 1 in 56,000.
Nice tip there.
The Force is back. The rebels won't tire till they see the last of the Empire. And Kenner's there with Star Wars Return of the Jedi collection.
Now for a quick escape on his speeder bike.
New speeder bike. You have to put it together. Action figures each sold separately.
Meow. I've got you now. Open speed flaps and meow. I'm gonna crash. Biker Scout, you're not all you're cracked up to be.
New speeder bike. Action figures sold separately from Kenner's Star Wars Return of the Jedi collection.
We now return to Mr. T.
This is Mr. T with the riddle for you. How can you solve a mystery when you don't even know there's a mystery to solve? That's what my team and I had to figure out when Robin got herself all worked up over some guy she met. And you'll meet him too. The leader of a bunch of stunt drivers who call themselves the Turbo Team. stay with us and see why I was afraid we wouldn't solve the riddle of the runaway wheels.
Mr. T will return after these messages.
Alvin, Simon, and Theodore. The collection. Each in really cute outfits. You can collect them one at a time or in sets. And pretend to play ball with Simon. But you know what's best about them? Their funny little faces. The Chipmunk Collectibles. Alvin, Simon, and Theodore. Sold separately or in sets of 3. New from Ideal.
I see. It tastes so wonderfully. And all that vitamin C. That's why you love Hi-C.
Introducing Hi-C Peach and Cherry in the drink box. They're so cool and so delicious.
That's why you love Hi-C.
We now return to Mr. T. Mr. T will return after these messages.
Big League Chew Baseball Bonanza. In the big leagues. Instant winners, 500,000 prizes. In the big leagues. Game cards and specially marked pouches of Big League Chew. The man-sized wads of great-tasting shredded bubble gum. You're into Big League Chew. For free game cards, write the Big League Chew, P.O. Box 1604, Hicksville, New York, by December 1st, 1984. Contest details on specially marked packages. 1 in 39 will win the Big League Chew Baseball Bonanza. You're into Big League Chew.
The Rancor monster's hungry again. Let's feed him. Don't do it.
Luke Skywalker, Gamorrean Guard, new Rancor Monster and Rancor Keeper action figures, each sold separately.
You'll regret this. Wait till he gets his claws into a Jedi Knight. Whoa, some Jaws. This is my only chance. He's wounded. We better get in there. You'll never get out alive, Gamorrean Guard.
New Rancor Monster, action figures, each sold separately, from Kenner's Star Wars Return of the Jedi collection.
Steak burgers are great burgers, full of great taste and good fun. Steak burgers are hamburgers with a steak sauce called A1. More on A1. Great taste, good fun. Steak burgers are hamburgers with a steak sauce called A1. More on A1. Great taste, good fun.
Clover's still on our plans. He's escaping in the Viper glider. Joe, catch him.
It's the G.I. Joe Falcon glider, flying high in the sky, sailing through the air. He's America's fighter. G.I. Joe can fly. He's a real American hero, flying high in the sky. He's chasing Cobra in a desperate race, soaring and diving in a great sky chase.
You did it, Joe.
G.I. Joe Falcon glider and Cobra Viper glider sold separately. Figures included from Hasbro.
You know, it's funny because so many people are freaked out by clowns and amusement parks and stuff like that. And I probably blame horror movies. Don't care. I love the movie Funhouse and all the amusement park horror movies back in the day. But I wasn't affected by them. Something about clowns and stuff I just didn't trust from day one. And there's something about amusement parks and the putting them up and taking them down and moving them around it. I don't feel right. Tina hates it. Commander Tina hates it because the captain does not go to amusement parks. That's not my gig, and I don't dig on it. And she hates it. Occasionally I will go, but I haven't gone in 20 years. So, yeah. The captain's weird. So, all right. So, we're going to end it today. I hope you guys still dig G.I. Joe. I may not bring G.I. Joe back next week, but it will be back soon because I love G.I. Joe. So, we'll just keep it going. So, we're going back over here to vinyl, and we're going back old school. For those who remember, Annihilator was one of the 80 thrash metal bands that was not the Big Four, or even the second wave of Big Four. Because you had Megadeth, Metallica, Slayer, and Anthrax. That's wave 1. Then wave 2 was Testament, Exodus, Death Angel, and Overkill, probably. So, but this is Annihilator, and this is their album Alice in Hell. They just reissued this, and it is a great... Yeah, I know, but you're not with a shirt on, bud. As the Vincent just showed up off camera, and I told him he can't come over here because he has no shirt on. So, no. Yes. Boom. I'm opening this. There you go. Basic black vinyl. And it's redone by Roadrunner Records. But Annihilator is one of the underrated thrash bands from the 80s. I don't think they get enough credit. There's a lot of really good thrash bands out there that people slept on, or they were they were always the opening act and never the headliner. That's Annihilator. But I believe they are probably top 10 thrash bands all time. So take it as you wish. It's also got one of my favorite songs on there. Schizos Are Never Alone, parts 1 and 2. So, all right. So, I do believe I tried to put a thumbs up from the Big Vince. I did try to put a bonus past the credits, so hang in there and check that out. And here we go. Like I said, yet again, want to thank everybody on my Patreons for helping me out with the computer and stuff like that. We are working on the logistics for the co-host because it'll be under 2 different things. So you can co-host on Sci Fridays and you can co-host on Saturday Morning Serials. We got to figure that all up and logistics on that. Yet again, big shout out to Autumn, who won the Animation by Filmation book. And, all right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The captain's going to cheat here. Shout out to G-Rex, Lone Swordsman, Tarek, Johnny, God dang, you guys are talking a lot. Maria! Hey, Maria. Charles, Jay, Sean, George, Paulette, Servo, Pike, Mr. Stay on Top, Jay, Barbara, Charles, CF, jeez. Let's see who else we're going to put on here before we call it a day. Ultra, Way Out Toys, always cool Way Out Toys. Drop me a line because I know you guys want to talk. But I want to say the captain's working on a lot of stuff. Got my movie, doing some recasting. It looks like we're losing a couple actors. Hopefully not, but we might. So I'm getting some backups just in case. Still casting a couple leads. So if you live in the Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, Kentucky, and you want to drive, it is paying. It's not pay a whole lot. It is funded. So, and you get IMDb credits. So here we go. Every Monday at 12 noon Eastern Standard Time, we have Group Therapy TV. We got a lot of really cool interviews coming up soon. Every Sci Friday, you got Sci Fridays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you have Saturday Morning Serials every Saturday at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And everybody keeps asking me, I'm not going anywhere. And there's the Vince's hand. We will run until I run out of cartoons, and then I'll figure out some other way to do it. I'll just do repeats, but move everything around. So, I just got to say thank you guys. 10,000 subscribers is crazy. The fact that you guys are watching me, that's awesome. And incredible. Some of you guys reach out to me with some heartfelt letters and stuff like that. Thank you. I help out as much as I can and be here as much as I can. But you guys are awesome. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. You guys keep me doing this. I think about disappointing you guys, and I go, nope, we're still going to put out a show this week. May not be 100% perfect, but we will always try to get you guys a show. So, thank you. And for everybody who needs me, who wants to talk, could use me, contact me. I don't know if I can help, but I'll try. And as someone who's gone through a lot of crap, I'm more than willing to help out people going through a lot of crap. So take care, and see y'all there. Captain out. Bye.
小惑星からの SOS の通信を受けてサイバトロンのコンボイ総司令官とアパッチ副官は早速救出に向かった。
例の SOS は前方の小惑星からだ。しかし慎重に行動しろ。デストロンの罠ってこともある。
心配いりません、コンボイ司令。敵なら自分が撃破します。アパッチ、自分が偵察に。
危ない。新軍団登場。
ここは銀河の辺境にある惑星ガイアだ。平和なこの星に今怪しい影が近づいていた。 この星から発せられる謎のエネルギーを調査するのだ。
調査するんだぞ。
そのエネルギーこそ我らデストロンを宇宙の支配者にできる。
支配者にできるんだぞ。
うるさい。
うるさいんだぞーって。すいません。だぞ。
兄ちゃん、あらなんだろう。
ガルバトロン様、あの光の発するところより強いエネルギー反応が。
おお、あれは。我々の求めていたエネルギーだ。このエネルギーを使ってこの星を要塞化し、宇宙侵略の前線基地にするのだ。
大変むん。惑星のアンゴルモアエネルギーが変だむん。アンゴルモアエネルギーが悪いことに使われると、このレーダーに反応が現れるむん。きっとデストロンのお仕事よ。へんてこな宇宙船が惑星ガイアに降りていったもん。こういう時は正義の味方サイバトロンの登場のはずだけど。
本部から連絡よ。辺境銀河の惑星ガイアにエネルギーの異常。でもコンボイ部隊やる気ないみたい。
やる気も出ないでしょ。コンボイ司令が行方不明のまんまだしさ。
ほんまやで。
うよーい、腕が鳴る。俺はいつでも出撃 OK なんじゃい。
総司令のいない部隊なんて王様のない将棋と同じだ。
さすがスクーバ、うまいこと言うじゃない。
大手。
それまた
はなしやで。
そんな水臭い。
水は腐ってまへん。
一回だけな。
この仕事他のサイバトロン部隊に回しちゃおうかな。
それがいいぜ。コンボイ司令も帰ってきそうにないもんな。
コンボイ司令は帰ってくる。必ずな。それまでコンボイ司令に代わってこのアパッチ副官が指揮を取るであります。
ああ、オイル飲みすぎでヨレヨレだぜ。
よーし、俺が指揮を取るんじゃ。野郎どもついてこい。
誰がヨレヨレだ。黙って自分についてくるであります。
みんなもう行っちゃったよ。
寂しい。
船が出るぞ。
こら、自分はまだ乗ってないであります。お前ら上官を殺す気か。
ご冗談でしょ。寒くて壊れる体じゃなし。
前方に惑星ガイアじゃ。
関係の花火ならもうちょっと気をつけて打ち上げてよ。失礼しちゃうわ。
自分ら歓迎されてまへんで。
何してんだ。取りかじいっぱい。
面火事なんじゃ。
命令は自分がするであります。
次のはでかい。
荒っぽい着地だぜ。この星の大気は俺たちの体に危なすぎだぜ。このままじゃ錆びちまって命取りだ。落ち着け3分間は大丈夫なはず。なんかこの星の生き物をスキャンすればいいんだ。かっこいいヒョウとかいいな。空を飛べる鳥なんてのも憧れちゃうぜ。なんだお前、ネズミか猫か？お前みたいなのはお呼びじゃないんだよ。早くスキャンしなきゃ時間がないぜ。あれだ、武田しくてかっこいい。 DNA スキャニング。何しやがんだ。おめえをスキャンしちまったじゃねえか。
キッドはタスマニアデビルの DNA をスキャンした。キッドの体内にタスマニアデビルのデータが取り込まれていく。
変身。ああ、おめえのせいでこんなんなっちまったよ。ダセえよな。なんだよ、俺はおめえの仲間じゃねえんだよ。あ、こいつはいけねえ。あの辺り邪悪なエネルギーが満ちてるぜ。ありがとうよアミゴ。ジャングルの木も枯れ果てて、このへんてこな雲を見たらきっとみんなも駆けつけてくるだろう。みんな顔はふざけてっけど根は真面目だからよ。いえ、俺にここを泳げってのか。橋もなければ渡し船もないか。しけたとこだねったく。
よう、タスマニアデビルかいな。ずいぶんマニアックなもんスキャンしたもんやな。
なんだこのでっけえカエルは。両生類に親戚はいねえぜ。
ワイヤダイバーや。
人のこと言えるか。俺の嫌いなもんスキャンしやがって。まあいいや、背中に乗せてくれ。
乗るんやったらつべこべ文句言わんといて。
どうでもいいけど、もうちょっとスピード出ないのかよ。
つべこべ言うとると落としたるで。
だって平泳ぎはないだろう。せめてクロールぐらいできないのか。いえ、特大のゲソだぜ。
神様助けて。もうたこ焼きもイカ焼きもどうまで食べんから。
たこ焼きとかイカ焼きとかなんだよそれ。
ようわからんけど自然と口はしてもうたんや。
慌てるな、私だけぞ。
なんやスクーバーかいな。
魚介類とはお前も変わりもんだな。イカなんてイカしてるぜ。ああ、沈むな。
あまりの下手なシャレに気が遠くなったんだ。 しっかり捕まってろ。行くぞ。
こいつはいいジェットスピードで。なんなんだよこの黒い霧みたいなのは。
気をつけろ。
その声は猿に変身してもすぐわかるぜ。アパッチだろ。
猿ではない、マンドリルだ。
猿は猿だろ。
危ない。
脇見運転事故のもとじゃ。
だから気をつけろ。危ないと言っただろう。
ビッグホーンこの星に来ていいことないぜ。
とにもかくにもサイバトロンの5人はジャングルの一角に集まった。そして巨大な穴から凄まじいエネルギーが溢れていることを発見したのだ。
ものすごいエネルギーだ。本部が感知したエネルギーはおそらくこれだ。
この地下に何かあるんじゃ。
よし探ってみようぜ。お前行け。
なんで自分が？
俺の身に何かあってみろ。部隊にとってすごい損失だろ。
そうやな。自分なら大したことあらへんし。違うやろ。
あっ、
危険が迫っている。
言われなくても分かってるって。
やっぱりベストロンの仕業だ。
敵から現れてくれたのは都合がいいのじゃ。
よし戦闘モードに変身だ。
アパッチ変身。
ビッグホーン変身。
タスマニアキッド変身。
ダイバー変身。
スクーバ変身。
しびれる。
どうしたんだこれは。
久しぶりだな、コンボイ部隊の将軍。
その声はベストロンの破壊隊ってガルバトロン。
そしてその弟の破壊公爵メガストーンさ。
敵のリングで勝てると思うな。そのビームを浴びてる限りお前たちは動けないんだ。
喋りすぎだ。
ごめん兄ちゃん。とにかくみんなやっつけて。
行くわよ。ラジオ。こちらも紛れられへんで。明かしたけ。
いい君だ。
なんだこの不安な気持ちは。何かが近づいている。
こないな時にコンボイ司令がいてくれたらなんとかしてくれまんのにな。
いないもん当てにしてどうするんじゃ。わしらの力でなんとかするんじゃ。
何にもできないくせに。
ライオンちゃんは。
ロジョー。
却する。
ラジャー。
逃がすか。
白いライオン、まさかあなたは。一旦引き上げだ。
アバッチ、お前に命令される筋合いはない。
つべこべ言ってると置いてくぜビッグホーン。
待つのじゃ。
俺タスマニアキッド、今日は俺の仲間サイバトロンのメンバーを紹介するぜ。アパッチはコンボイ部隊の副官、責任感が強いのはいいけど小言じじいで参るぜ。ビッグオーは熱いやつだ。でもすぐ興奮しすぎて周りが見えなくなっちまう。ほんと困ったもんだぜ。ダイバーはカエルだけに水にはめっぽう強い。だけど他は俺にかなわねえ。もっと勉強しなさいって感じ。それでスクーバなんだけどいまいちよくわからないやつなんだ。ああいう無口なダイバー苦手だぜ。いよいよ俺と行方不明のコンボイ司令のことを説明しよう。何もう時間がないわけ。俺がどんなに優れたサイバトロンか、コンボイ司令にどんなに信頼されてるかとかいろいろ説明しようと思ってたのに。とにかく来週の予告編も見てくれよ。
諦める人にはなりたくない。持ってる力を試してみたいんだ。そういう気持ちを捨てないで。人の評価気にしてじゃ何もできない。じゃ夢のいる場所を目指そう。未来がほら輝いてる For you すごく眩しい。きっと泣きたくなる暗闇も星が光るためにあるよ For you あなたならできる。きらめいて。ねえねえ、あの白いライオンって何者だむん？それはね秘密。超生命体トランスフォーマービーストウォーズセカンド第2話白いライオン走るを見なくちゃよ。必ず見るむん。